a very big and important topic of inclusive education. And what this conference shows is that the faculty of Vilnius College dares to discuss some of the key topics. Citizenship, the topic of citizenship is indeed great. Even though the society is technologically very, very strong, we still are very vulnerable and very fragile in the modern geopolitical environment. So this conference is very important just because of that. It is also important because in order to make someone be a good citizen, a good student, a good pupil, it is imperative that his or her teachers also carry this spirit of citizenship with them. So that's why I hope this day will be really meaningful. I took a look at the agenda of the conference. Indeed, it is very rich thematically, and indeed, it is my hope that those ideas that will be shared today do not remain with this confined space. I hope that they will reach our teachers, our people, and our pupils, because based on how successful we are in implementing these ideas, a great deal of the quality of citizenship depends. I'd like to point your attention to the title of the conference, and the title and the key words are active citizenship. Indeed, the modern world asks us to be active citizens, active institutions, active persons. So I wish all the best to each and everyone in the world. Best of luck to presenters. And indeed, it is my sincere hope that this conference will enrich us in terms of ideas and inspire us to implement them, go into action. Niola, many thanks. Indeed, these are the key words. We are living not in a closed space, in a bubble. We are living in an open world. So indeed, in order to strengthen something, we have to have a big view of the situation. I'd like to spend a couple of moments talking about technicalities. So our conference is broadcasted via YouTube. So those who listen to us on YouTube, they can write questions in YouTube, and I will be moderating this conference. I'm Vaiva Juškienė, the Dean of Faculty of Pedagogics in Vilnius College. I will be assisted by my colleagues, by Inga Bertašienė and Dalia Kačinaitė-Vrubliauskienė. So the three of us will make whatever it takes to feel you good, to feel you to be on time, help ask questions. Those who are with us on Zoom can write their questions in the discussion on the meeting chat screen, or ask them in person, and we will just relay that question. Those who are with Zoom on here, please choose the language. Press on the globe icon. I hope you are fine with that. So if you need interpretation into English, choose English channel. If you need interpretation into Lithuanian, you just choose Lithuanian channel. So the broadcast is in the Lithuanian language, the original language. So I think we are ready to go. And as far as I can see, our first presenter is ready. Pirju Suhonen is the founder of Allo Finland. It's an organization which focuses a great deal on digital preparation of teachers, training programs, etc., etc. She will also share her experiences about Finnish education. We talk a lot about the Finnish system in Lithuania, and maybe sometimes this thinking or this talking is quite stereotypical, which doesn't match the actual reality on ground in Finnish schools. So therefore, indeed, I'm very glad to have Pirjo with us, who will, I hope, help us to find out more about the Finnish education.
I recognize my name and Suomi, so I think it's my turn now. Thanks a million. So my topic is Finnish education and phenomenal learning in 21st century competencies. And I think Madam Vaiva already introduced me, but just to quickly say again that I am the founder of ALO Finland, which offers digital teacher training on Finnish education. And anyone who's interested, please go to alofinland.com/community and you can find more about my work and research there. I mean, I've been fairly lucky and happy that my voice has traveled all the way from Alaska to Australia, Singapore and more, and first time to Lithuania. And so there it is. And funny thing about Madam Vaiva is that I used to work myself in Brussels in a European school, and my the head teacher of the primary school and preschool was actually from Lithuania, so that's my Lithuanian connection here also. And it was the birthplace of ALO Finland because I was the only Finnish teacher there, and they always kept asking me what is the secret sauce behind the Finnish educational success, and I just had to go like, I don't know, but here we are. And this photo was taken actually in Finland during the mathematics lesson, and this is how learning should look like. And I often hear the argument that Finnish education cannot be replicated anywhere else, which is complete nonsense because there are plenty of practical examples, ideas, and principles that can be easily applied anywhere you go. Of course, there isn't a copy-paste option, but you can make it your benchmark. That's what we do. And just because we're getting close to Christmas, I wanted to show you that the only real Santa comes from Finland, Lapland, in the magic of Northern Lights. And it's actually Finland's Independence Day next week, and this photo was taken when Finland turned 100. And has it been 100 years of happiness to Finland? And has Finnish education always been a success? Hardly so, and far from it, actually. It was in the 70s when we had the very clever politicians who realized that the only renewable resource we have is the brain power, the innovation, creative power of the youth, and we must invest on education to really make everyone succeed and build prosperity that way. And we still believe that everyone has a basic right to quality education. I mean, our nation isn't massive. It's only 5 million of us. And we can't afford to lose anyone, basically. It's the best prevention to invest in education when it comes to marginalization, crime, everything, basically. And investing into education isn't just about investing in individuals, it's investing in societies and communities. So it's a clever investment to do. It's not just the right thing to do, but it's a clever thing to do. And Finnish education is not just about academics, but also 21st century competencies and providing those equal opportunities for all. And this was taken a few years back. I felt like a silly little girl next to educational guru Sir Ken Robinson. And he often mentioned Finnish education, how it can offer an alternative to high stakes testing, and how Finnish education can cultivate talent more instead of test takers. We don't have standardized tests, only A levels, but we still do fairly well in education as a system. And it's considered holistic education, and we have a balanced curriculum. And formal education starts at the age of 7, and we concentrate not just on academics, but also PE, art, music, textile and woodwork, and childhood and play and playful learning are highly valued. And I could not emphasize it more that we need to invest in teachers more, not just in Finland, but worldwide. There's a huge amount of teachers that are lacking. Last time I looked, the statistics said 69 million teachers. So we need to work harder to attract teachers and also to attain them in their profession, not only until they find a better job, but to really develop the profession until the retirement age. And teachers in Finland are highly trained, and you need to have masters to work in primary, bachelor in preschool. And because of that, they are fairly trusted professionals who knows what is best in the kids in their school and classroom. And we do have curriculum, but it's not a step-by-step guide, what do you do each day or week or month, but it's more a broad framework which allows teachers a lot of freedom to decide the teaching methods, tools and devices. However, it's not just about teachers, it's class sizes, special needs education, school resources, social policies needs to go hand in hand with educational policies. And we have excellent library system in Finland. And this photo is from Oodi, which is a beautiful, innovative library. And if you ever visit Helsinki, you must visit it. It has won actually global awards for its innovative, being a very innovative library. It's more like a space for community to meet and work together. And I'd love to hear how often curriculum is changed in Lithuania. In Finland, only every 10 years, because there's a lot of research done before we actually go and establish anything. And when the last one was introduced in 2016, there were a lot of media coverage about Finland is getting rid of subjects, for instance, which is not true. We do teach phenomenal learning, but it's not all we do. And there is still homework in school, not as much as in many other countries, and we don't do private tutoring either, but there is homework. But why to fix it if it ain't broken? That was something else that was asked, that why is Finland doing changes? Because world keeps spinning, and if we don't renew ourselves, we're not going to be just stuck in one place, but we will fall behind eventually. And the basic idea of education is to give children skills and abilities to live a good life. And the latest curriculum introduces phenomenal learning and 7 core competencies. And phenomenal learning means multidisciplinary learning, which I always like to say that it's like having a cake. And instead of just taking a piece of it as history or geography or economics, we try to work together in collaboration within the whole school and maybe even the community around to give kids better understand of a bigger phenomena such as climate change or European Union or the situation in Europe currently with Ukraine. So and also with concentrating on phenomenal learning, you can learn the competencies as you go along with it. But it's more about the process rather than just the end goal. So what are the 21st century competencies? Every single country is talking about them. And when I look at them, they are pretty much the same, even if they name slightly differences. Why? Why are they needed? What do they aim for and how to teach them is the key question here. And I bet there are similarities to competencies in Lithuania as to Finnish ones. And here are the Finnish ones. I just quickly go through them. Thinking and learning to learn skills, taking care of oneself and others, cultural competence and collaboration skills, multiliteracy, ICT, entrepreneurship, participation, active participation, and building the sustainable future. And the aim of all of these is to support the holistic development of children, not just academics. They are super important too, but there is so much more to it. Growth of a human being, well-informed and more sustainable and ethical global citizens. And I often say that teaching is like constant SWOT analysis. This comes from the business world, which means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And it ain't easy, but teachers and schools can support the development of the strengths and weaknesses. And I just wanted to share this picture to you. This was in Namibia, and we were leaving the school, and this girl hopped on the fence when everyone else stayed down there. And I think this illustrates nicely that if this little girl hasn't got leader capabilities, then who does? And I'd love to find out now what she's doing at the moment. So phenomenal learning was one way to really pay attention to those competencies in 21st century learning and teaching. And then there's Finnish double flip, which was that instead of teaching the basics of coding, the kids were given the responsibility to do it. And they really became confident about it and really improved in their communication and collaboration skills. And why I call it the Finnish double flip, because in Finland we flip it twice rather than just once. And flipped classroom was invented in US by Salman Khan, and he means by that you, instead of homework and lecture, are changing places basically via help of learning videos. But the main point in there is less lecturing during the class and more interaction during the lesson, so that you really collaborate. And these kids, they actually took it a lot further than I ever hoped for. They were taught the each one teach one principle, because the coders rarely work on their own, but they always collaborate to build long code and solve problems together. So these kids, they didn't just teach the whole school, including the teachers and principal, but nearby schools did bicycle trips for coding lessons, and they ended up also teaching local entrepreneurs and even the mayor the basics of coding. And apparently mayor wasn't too bad at it. And they came a bit of local celebrities, and local newspaper came to visit the lesson, and I just quickly read the last sentences what he wrote. The biggest surprise of the education event was not how fast the 21st century students understood the meaning of the command cues. The more such a middle-aged man admired at the lesson was that how naturally students taught each other. And he got the whole point. It wasn't just about the code, but the collaboration, communication skills. And there is lovely evidence to show that teaching by learning by teaching is very effective, because to be able to teach something, you need to learn it first yourself, and pretty well also, so that you can break it into smaller bits to someone else and simplify it when needed. And these young coding ambassadors, they actually continued to code and moved into robotics. And they took part in the national robotic competitions, and they came second and third in the following years. So there's clear evidence that it works. And they really made the whole school as a community, and the nearby collaboration with the other schools and entrepreneurs also. And they really took pride in it, and they took the ownership for not just for their own learning, but the responsibility of the extended learners community also. And they loved it. Thank you. I better stop here. I hope there are some questions.
Thank you very much, Pirjo. Maybe you can turn to interpreting, because I will give you some questions in Lithuanian because of translation to YouTube. Okay.
Okay.
So can you change? Tai iš tikrųjų labai dėkoju už.
Indeed, Pirjo, many thanks.
Atsiprašau, aš kažkaip įsijungiau ir vertėjus, taip. Iš tikrųjų labai noriu padėkoti už įdomų pranešimą. Ir mano klausimas būtų toks. Lietuva iš tikrųjų dabar ypatingai daug kalba
at this point in time is talking a lot about testing of children, mandatory, obligatory testing at certain points in time, every 4 years. We have had this system in the past, but this system wasn't mandatory. And now we are facing the changes in the law on education, which foresees that children will be tested mandatorily in the 4th, 8th grade and then in the 9th grade. How much is academic achievement important in Finland? From what I heard from you, you're trying to diminish the importance of testing. You are trying to put more trust in teachers and schools. And my question is, and isn't Lithuania taking a step back when we focus quite a lot on the academic achievement? Pirjo, what do you think?
Now I have to say that my internet connection started to flip a little bit. Do you think you could sum it up the question quickly? Because I couldn't actually go to the YouTube to click the translation. I can see that someone, Yuri, has asked at what age do
Pirjo, can you hear me? Pirjo, can you hear me?
Learning already in preschool, but it varies. And not just robotics, but coding. But it's the coding was introduced to Finnish curriculum, national curriculum, in 2016 when the last curriculum came out. But it's very basic, so it's not like we're trying to make everyone into engineers, but just to understand the language a little bit.
Okay.
So sorry,
you didn't hear my question. Okay, I will try to say it in English. Now, Lithuania is focusing on academic attitudes. Yeah, and we are trying to do the importance of testing every 4 years. Is it so important in Finland? Because I heard from you that you are not focusing on testing. And I am afraid, do we do some steps back, but not to the future? What's your opinion about testing?
Beautiful question. Thanks a million. I must say I'm not completely against tests. I think they do give us valuable data. However, learning shouldn't be just about tests. And the problem with the standardized tests is that they tend to narrow down learning a lot. And this is what Ken Robinson always talked about, that there's multiple talent and multiple intelligences in every single classroom. And if you only measure mathematics, literacy, science, then that's what teachers tend to start teaching for, especially if there are high stakes at it. If teachers are getting penalized and the schools funding are starting to suffer if you don't do well in the test, which means that then you start to skip PE, art, music, etc., everything else. And also, if they are standardized tests, they are quite often also pretty much multiple choice tests, because then you can easily compare the data, which means that kids tend to become really good at taking APC option test takers, but not really how to apply that knowledge. And that's what we should be aiming for, because we do already live in the times of AI. So we should be investing more in EI, which means emotional intelligence, and not just empathy and sustainable way of thinking, but creative and innovative powers, because whatever you do, whether it's science, mathematics, you need to be really creative. I don't mean just creativity in arts and music, but everything. And you need to be able to reinvent yourself, because there isn't a job, or kids today, they might end up having 5 to 6 different professions. They need to be lifelong learners.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I could understand, the academic achievements, it's not so very, they are important, but they are not the most important thing, yes?
Yes, this is a difficult one. Which one is more important? I don't know. Or should they be equally as important? But I think the point being that academics, they do matter. If you don't learn to read and write and basic mathematics and science, you're pretty lost in the world. You don't even understand what's happening, and you won't be able to even Google it if you don't have your own Google database up here. But hand in hand, we should pay more attention to competencies, and they tend to lack if you just concentrate on testing system. And furthermore, it's expensive way to invest, and it's a silly way to invest in education, because, for instance, I can give figures. In UK, they spend £4 billion on testing industry. Think if that money was spent in teachers and classroom assistants, what the results would be then. So yes, you can do tests, but the full focus shouldn't be test.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have a lot to think or to rethink in our education system. So thank you very much, Pirjo. I hope we will keep in touch with you.
That would be great.
Yes, because I think that not only me have a lot of questions, but I think that a lot of Lithuanian teachers and also teachers, we will have such a question. So thank you very much. And now I want to invite other speakers. Tai grįžtu į lietuvių kalbą ir iš tikrųjų.
I'm switching back to English. I'd like to thank Pirjo once again, and it is my hope that Pirjo's presentation was a fertile ground for discussion, for thoughts, for ideas, and I believe we will be able to carry on discussing in other formats. I'd like to remind you once again that YouTube users have a possibility to ask questions on YouTube. We will relay those questions to the presenters, so please be active. Do active listening, don't be passive listeners only. And now I'd like to ask my colleagues, teachers from Vilnius College, Violeta Jegelevičienė, Lina Pečiulienė, and Ingrida Stankevičienė, who will talk about their research they're carrying on now. I think it's ongoing. And they will talk about engagement of parents in early literacy. And as Pirjo mentioned, we cannot move forward if we just do not have the basics. We indeed are observing the diminishing of literacy skills. So please, the floor is yours.
Hello to everybody. We are going to share our research. In order to save some time, I'd like to explain why we have started the research and what formed the basis, what fueled our interest to delve deeper into similar studies. A couple of decades ago, the researchers have proved that linguistic and language education not only leads to linguistic, but also intellectual achievements by children. In order to understand what contributes to the development of child intellect, researchers focused on the extended use of language. Children from unfavorable social environment do not show good results, and the research eventually showed it's not only a very diverse language education and environment, but also the quality and quantity of the words children hear is in direct correlation with their intellectual skills. Children in lower social standing families not only hear fewer words, but also respond differently. They get less verbal approval and incitement. The relationship between children and parents is not always positive, and it adds to the final result. Language, indeed, may not function in isolation from human beings. A large number of research shows changes in child brain activities and development, and the environment has a crucial role. The environment which does not respond to the needs, which is overly noisy with stress, cortisol, triggers child's brain. It leads to changes in neurons, and children eventually are unable to develop their linguistic skills compared to children in more advanced families. So we should think about the role of the language of teachers, how teachers can contribute to the language education of children. Why is language so important? It is so because a language is one of the instruments to trigger and encourage thinking by children. A large number of research shows it is not any and every incitement or of a child, which leads to his or her improvement. And the best results are achieved not by children who have better intellectual capacities as such, but the children who are not afraid to take decisions and initiative. The children who see every challenge as a chance to improve and learn. Language education is also important and proper as a form education because it pertains to the child's self-regulation. Such functions are in direct correlation with the educational achievements by children. At first, children and later teachers communicate with children, and it can help children improve such capacities. What the child hears gets into his or her normalized language. If you speak to the child raising your voice in the inappropriate pitch, the child takes over such skills. For self-regulation, it cannot be helpful. You see the famous experiment in this slide. It was offered for the child to get more sweets if they can wait longer. If you look at the YouTube channel, you can see even more such experiments. And the child who have higher self-regulation are able to wait for a reward, and eventually it leads to better results in life. This short slide shows that even such skills as reading is not only about being able to read letters. It is an integrated and complex skills. At times, we are impatient in teaching our children to read, to get technical reading skills. However, we ignore all the rest, which is at the core of reading. So I'd like to invite you to consider such things. Parental engagement. Yes, indeed, empowerment of families, help to families is necessary. It can generate added value in education, and in general, attention to preschool education has been growing in our country, and language education can be a helpful tool. So attention to such skills, identification of family needs is an important step. The right relationship should be developed, and at times educational institutions can generate such added value. Now I'll give the floor to my colleague. She's going to present the research results. Hello once again. We as a team carried out a research. It involved parents or caretakers and guardians in Vilnius. We analyzed their engagement in the language education of preschool children. You can see the logical steps of the research design. First of all, we covered the scientific literature in order to design the instrument. We carried out the questionnaire, and the questionnaire has been validated. So the questionnaire statements enabled reasonable validation. The sample was quite significant. We hope to increase it in the future, and today I will present a fragment of the research. So who was involved in the research? The sample consisted of 125 parents and guardians who have schools, children in preschool education. Almost all parents who participated had higher or university education. And 1/10 said they had post-secondary education. How many children were in those families? 40% replied they had one child. Around 45% said they had two children, and more than 10 have 3 or more children in their families. We asked the parents to which age group their child belongs, and you see the result distribution. It's proportionate. So each age group formed almost 1/4. So representation was proportionate, and it's a very important finding for our analysis. We used some elements of descriptive and interventional statistics. It was very important to show the parental attitude to language education in preschool age groups. So we focused on the reliability of the scale. We applied Cronbach's alpha. So the parameter is 0.858. We are very reliant in our statements. Our measurement is reliable. The parents could rate each statement from 1, which is fully disagree, and 5 fully agree. Here you can see the averages. So the parents fully agree that language education means efforts to instill the child's interest in books by reading out loud and discussing. The parents also say language education or encouragement of speech and understanding how to speak, how to tell stories, and share impressions is highly relevant. In addition, the parents gave a good indication about the statement about the need to enrich the vocabulary of children. The parents say language education also includes some introduction to letters and writing. Yet the next statement shows it compensates such a rigid approach of parents to this skill. And it suggests the parents are more critical about the use of technologies in language education in early years. What is the interest of parents and guardians in the linguistic development of their children? Yes, indeed, the parents are highly engaged. They replied, I take interest, or I take interest relatively. So it is quite a good starting point to continue such research and analyze its data. We tried to find out how parents and guardians monitor the language development of their children. The scale and the instrument is, I'd like to emphasize once again, very reliable, as you can see from Cronbach's alpha. So the statements we used allowed proper measurements. You see averages, 5 grading from 1 to 5, which means I monitor or note. So the results show the parents really see and notice how the child is able to express himself or herself and his or her needs. The interest in books, for example, shuffling the pages, asking for books to be read. We also measured the understanding of children of the content read and the ability to pronounce words well. The children also show their interest to write, which we also tried to measure. On this basis, we have formulated some hypotheses. So it was the child's, the monitoring of the child's language and its progress depends on the parents' education or on the number of children in a family. Yet the research results showed no proof to such a statement. Next, we assumed the parents with different children can potentially monitor the child's language differently. We tried to calculate differences in 4 different age groups. Statistically significant difference has been identified in terms of new languages emerging in the child's language, how well the child pronounces words and how well he or she can express himself or herself. Out of all respondents whose children are in the age group of 3 or 4 years, they monitor the child's language and watch how many new words are used. And this is the common experience of all parents with the children of this age group. And in the age group of children of 2 to 3 years, so such parents mostly watch how well the words are pronounced, how well their children express themselves, plus their interest in letters and words in the written form. We also explored how they get information about the child's language education and its development. It was rated from 1 not looking for such information and 5 looking to a high extent. So the research shows the parents mostly rely on teachers and nursery professionals. In addition, parents read literature for parents and in some cases take part in trainings and seminars. We tried to get a deeper statistical explanation for such choices, and it has been identified what appreciates personal engagement with teachers most of all. Parents with the highest education cherish such assistance most of all. And it is an acknowledgement of the competencies of even nursery staff. One more segment and block of research statements. They were reliable, and the researchers were able to answer the question how language education takes place in families. Cronbach's alpha, as you see, 0.880. So the research revealed that the parents most often listen to the child when the child is willing to speak or tell a story. They take care about books or journals. The parents read themselves, and in some cases it was identified that the parents take time to teach children to read or write. We needed a justification and substantiation for such choices by the parents, and we have found out some distinction. A variable which justifies it is the number of children in the families. The experience when a family has one child and many children differs. So families with one child most often focus on physical development of the fingers of children and take care of literature, proper literature at home. We tried also to explain quality through quantity. Therefore, we asked the respondents about the number of books for children in their homes. And the figures speak for themselves. So as you see highlighted, most often such families have fairy tale books, also picture books and so on. And the last slide about the research tells how often parents read for their children, and the priority choice is for fairy tale and story books. And the time spent reading depends on the number of books at home. It was our hypothesis, but it has not been proved as correct. Thank you so much. The topic is so relevant. As I mentioned at the beginning of the conference, indeed, literacy and the language skills are highly important for our children. So I'd like to wish you to continue your research, and probably you'll take up new challenges, for example, to research how the children of national minorities get prepared for school education. There are problems. Some children come to school for the first year of school, and not everybody can be educated based on the mainstream curriculum. So thanks again. I don't see any questions. I see our colleague from Tallinn University, Associated Professor Dr. Janika Leoste. Janika is the person who is highly interested about the future, if I may say so. She explores robotics. And she tries to explore how robotics can be implemented in educational processes. Probably it will not be possible to do so in preschool education or in school education if it's not done in higher or university education. You can apply and implement only if you know it well, and it all starts from teacher training, and our teacher should learn how to apply such a phenomena. Otherwise, it will highly be possible to use such technologies in schools. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Although I think I should improve my Lithuanian skills to understand better. And now I'm going to share my screen. So as you see from the topic is interesting. Are telepresence robots here to stay? First of all, I would really like to thank you for this opportunity to be here and introduce some results of our research group, what we have done in the field. And just to give you a short background, we all have experienced various difficulties when conducting emergency remote teaching under the COVID-19 restrictions. And also I think that all of us has facing low engagement of remote students when they are mediated via a teleconferencing system like today. And although we increasingly spend time in the virtual world, there are some still relevant
žinome, kaip svarbus ir tas fizinis artumas. Ir čia prisimenu ir Vygockio teoriją. Ir tai, kad artumas yra reikalingas. Ir čia turbūt jau suprantate, apie kokią problemą aš kalbu. Tarkime, telemokymų metu mes neturime kūno kalbos ir tai gali turėti neigiamą poveikį mokinių mokymosi rezultatams ir pasiekimams. Tai yra svarbi problema ir tiesiog pabandykime, pasiaiškime, ar telebuvimo robotai gali padėti išspręsti šią problemą, kuri klausimas yra išsprendžiama ar ne. Taigi, pasižvalgykime po mūsų Estijos biurą. Pabandysiu įsijungti, sekundėlę palaukite. Taigi dabar įsiregistruoju į vieną iš telebuvimo robotų. Jungiamės dabar. Taigi tai yra mūsų biuras. Matote, kairėje pusėje yra liftas, kalėdų medis. Galbūt, jeigu mums pavyks, bus net ir keletas žmonių. Ir čia matau mano asistentę, Katrė. Prašau prieiti prie manęs. Pabandysiu prieiti dabar prie veidrodžio.
Okay, I will come here. Sorry, I haven't played a lot of computer games as a child. Now you see the results.
Nedaug žaidžiau kompiuterinių žaidimų ir matote rezultatus. Sudėtinga man kartais robotų naviguoti.
Okay, welcome everybody to the mirror. And also, I have complex that I'm too short now. Also, I can be higher. So that's the real story of telepresence robotics, and let's just now continue with our slides. So I hope that by now you have a short imagination. What is the telepresence robotics? And let's move further. So what people think about telepresence robotics in general? I would like to start first with the terminology. So the first person who was talking about telepresence robots was Marvin Minsky, and he used the word telepresence when he referred to manipulating remote physical objects via teleoperation system. And actually the main idea of this system is to give you a feeling of being present at physical location that is different from the location of the perceiver's own physical body. And in education, this is something that is done via telepresence robots currently is mostly communication. So most of us can determine in a few seconds if we like the persons we are communicating with, if we trust them, if we consider them valuable when we see them. And based on these cues, we choose our friends, make business deals, also elect our governments and partners. And now you have to imagine, what if you don't have your own body, you have your physical body. So when we actually look at these current communication solutions, including telepresence robots, we see it actually limits everywhere. And actually, at least for now, these type of communication is quite limited because we don't have too much non-verbal cues. And of course, another limiting aspect of these robots is their appearance. The research points out that in collaboration with robots, people tend to prefer the robots who have anthropomorphic features and who act like people do. And of course, they are expensive. Now, when we conducted the literature review, we didn't have our telepresence robotic lab yet. And actually, it's quite interesting to do something when you don't have the personal experience. But I can tell you that reading about the failures in emerging field is it is much less painful than being in the middle of this failure situation, especially having real communication situation. To be honest, many of the works didn't state clearly the reasons for using these type of robots, and the same thing happened in Estonian national TV last week, where in the morning TV host, after reading our short statement in the daily newspaper, declared that they see no advantage of these robots compared to the traditional teleconferencing. And although there are several papers that describe that these robots were tools that made education possible in certain circumstances, we have to ask, what if these circumstances will end? Okay, we can also talk about some strengths, and all these strengths are related of being present. And here you see me as a telepresented student at my Spanish classes this year. It's from Finland, from Jyväskylä, but I have also been telepresented from Spain and Frankfurt airport even. And what's the reason? My Spanish teacher doesn't do Zoom classes. There are also some weaknesses, or to be honest, there are a lot of weaknesses currently. And to put it really straightforward, if you don't have internet, even don't try start using the perfect internet. And I just can describe one of my frustrations. For example, if you try to reestablish your connection like third time during the 10 minutes, and you will be quite embarrassed because this machine will announce with this fake optimistic voice that Janika Leosta is calling in, and of course you are disturbing the seminar or meeting or lesson. If you are interested more about this paper, you can check the summary slide. And now let's move to the next topic, what the other higher education people think about telepresence robots. I think that as I mentioned before, what we expect from this robot is that they are like people. For example, they are able to sense smells and everything, but currently it's not at this level yet. And we decided before going to the real field, start looking for the opinions of our own lecturers from higher education. And we organized 4-hour workshop where participants were provided with really general information about telepresence robots, and then we gave them robots to try, and then we asked again, what do you think about these robots? And actually, as is also seen on the slide, our participants considered that most important features for them would be ability to move, mediate speaking and hearing, and also look down and keep eye contact. When we conducted this study, it was like half a year ago. Now we are in experimental phase, and I would say that the movement is not as important as seeing and hearing. But we didn't have then this real experience. And absolutely not being discouraged by the fact that during this workshop, the double robot screen code got broken. We started the preparation to bring these robots to the real classroom teaching and learning. And now let's imagine that you want to try these robots in real settings, but there are some buts. And especially the in-person people won't quite understand what they are dealing with. Is it a person, a robot, or a robotic person? And actually, people don't trust robots if they don't understand how they are going to behave or how predictable is their behavior. And from the screen, you can read that actually the trust question is quite important. And let's move further. So having these questions in mind, we conducted a next workshop for teachers from Georgian higher university institutions. And although several challenges and concerns were listed by participants, it seemed at least that Georgian universities could be ready to accept telepresence robots as a teaching and learning tool, and some of them even declared that maybe it is even useful. Some summary of the article in case you are interested in, and also some example questions people tend to ask when they see the robot very first time, but they have never tried the robot before. So quite similar to teleconferencing, isn't it? Especially most of the questions about spying on somebody. And here we see questions that people even cannot form if they are not familiar with these telepresence robots, but these features are already quite important. Even, for example, what's the height of the robot? Try to imagine a midget professor, less than 1 meter, talking to the 2-meter basketball player, for example. And then with our research group, we decided to jump directly into the teaching. And I took all my teachers' courage, and we decided to introduce the robot to my international students in the first class of the course. And I asked one of my Spanish colleagues to play a telepresent student. And what came out that from students' perspective, at least half of the physically present students in our experiment didn't feel comfortable when contacting a strange telepresent person first time. But what happened 2 weeks ago, I had the last class with the same students, and in the morning, one of the students wrote me that she became sick, so I arranged the robot for her. And when she attended from the bed and was coughing, she still managed to move around the class with robot and assess work of her peers. And, you know, after these 3 months, when they established their social norms and relations and everything, actually now everybody was so friendly towards their robot classmate. And also some summary slides. Now, the last research experiment we conducted in the end of summer was also quite interesting, and just some thoughts about that. So we started wondering about the same question: how do people perceive these robot-mediated people? And actually, we selected one interesting theory on that, the proximity theory. And okay, let's jump to the experiment. So we investigated a certain aspect of spatial behavior, physical proximity in various simulated communication situations to understand how people behave. And you see the whole theory here. And also here's the experiment is described. So we examined how close the person moved to the telepresented person. And the scenario about this communication situation was a communication between a professor and student, and the topic was homework that is needed to be done. And what came out that actually the academic status or previous relationship played no role of the choice of the communication distance, but however, there were remarkable gender-based differences, and male participants chose a short average distance, and also persons having previous experience with computer games also chose a remarkably shorter communication distance. But in general, they followed the norms real people have. And I consider this finding extremely important because it indicated that the telepresent robot might be considered among normal people in physical environment as a normal partner in human communication. And so I have one quite fruitful example I can bring from last month, where one of my colleagues who moderated physical international project meeting via robot had Turkish colleagues, and they came and gave her cheek kisses. I know, Sirje, you are also already here, and you remember this warm welcome by your Turkish colleagues, but these Turkish colleagues also didn't know that this robot enabled to put some people to the backpack, like the video stream, and there were also some Italian professors, male professors, in the same robot. Okay, let's move to our future research. And so far, our research group has been mostly focusing on teaching and learning settings, and now we are developing the usage scenarios. But when developing these type of scenarios, we need to take into the consideration several aspects, like what is the situation or context, what is the readiness of the technical infrastructure, what is the readiness of the physical environment, and also what is the social cultural readiness of people and the potential driver, and what didactical approaches would be suitable for taking these robots into use. And actually, the most important question is why? Why? I can give you some hypotheses, for example, rising energy cost and impact on environment, traveling, or necessity to engage everyone, people with disabilities, and aging population. We have less teachers, and actually everything requires us to prefer alternatives that are greener, but on the same time to prefer alternatives when we still can maintain the human communication. And yes, I know that it's just emerging technology, and I know that we can't afford this type of robots to the education because they're extremely expensive. But I would say that, in my opinion, telepresence robots are promising, as they can complement our power instead of replacing us, and they let us continue living in the real world when our health, distance, or other reasons wouldn't keep us down. So I think let's ask again if they are here to stay. And to summarize, the telepresence robot is not an autonomous robot. It is a teleoperated robotic body with extremely limited amount of senses, and it is operated by a human being. And many of these robots are vulnerable and can be harmed when internet infrastructure malfunctions or the movement depends on cloud services. But the telepresence robot could become useful for you if you need a teleport briefly to a distant location where you need to be and where the people are not keen on having teleconferences, whatever reasons they have for that. And as for today, I would say that telepresence robots are suitable for emergency remote teaching and learning, and also to clone highly evaluated specialists on internet level. I hope that my talk gave you some thoughts on that. And finally, and yet importantly, I would like to warmly thank all these people of our research group. Their names are listed on the slide, and they all have been involved in this experimentation during this year. And it's my last slide, so maybe one more reason to use telepresence robots, that maybe we are just too lazy to take off our pajamas when we are going to another international science consortium meeting. So thank you from my side.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Janika. It was really very interesting. And I see that we have one remark or question from Pirjo. Is it useful for learners to meet telepresent person in person first? Would it improve trust and learning?
Yes, I think so. And also it's extremely important to train the technology, both to the teachers and students, so they would know what to expect. Because what happened also a few weeks ago, telepresented student tried to go to the stage to start presentation, but he chose the distance somewhere behind the professor. Then professor immediately stood up because the robot was so silent, and he kicked down the student. Then the student stood up in telepresence robot, continued, and gave a wonderful presentation. And also really interesting aspect, I just had one student interview last night. Already few of students have reported that they have depression for public presentation. But when they do the public presentations through the telepresence robot, there is no nervousness. I think we definitely need a psychologist here. Of course, we have psychologists in our interdisciplinary research group, but if we can save the soul of IT students having so high stress level before the public presentations, and it disappears. It just disappeared. They didn't understand. So I think we can save at least some of them. Yes, the trust question is important that we can establish it, like as you suggested. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And I know that Lina have one more question. Lina, please.
It seems that we have a little problem with speakers to hear interpretation when someone speaks in Lithuanian. So I will ask the question from the audience, and it is, what do you think about the robot assistants at school? Would they help to solve the problem of teachers shortage?
Okay, first, for them who are not speaking English, if it helps, I can share also my speech transcript in English, so you can translate it into Lithuanian later. But talking about robot assistants, we have to think that telepresence robot is something that mediates or transform or clones your body. So it's a really easy step, and it's a really affordable step, because you are at home. Then you give one class in one rural area, then another class in another rural area. You don't have to drive. So it's the first really quick solution. We have the same problem in Estonia. We don't have enough teachers, and we don't have enough teachers, especially for rural areas. Now, talking about robotic assistants, we also have robot assistants having already this artificial intelligence, and also they can use as a telepresence robots, and they are quite tricky because we never know when they want to take over, you know. And you know that this artificial intelligence currently is really useful when we do predictable things. So when we have to check the test results or something, but I still consider that the most valuable for us is of being human, this human touch coming together, and also this creativity part. So if we think in the 5-year time frame, yes, there will be robots assessing the tests, helping in your personalized life. That's okay, because we don't have to do the machine work when checking the boxes. But when considering of becoming a human, you know, when you will be taught by a robot, you will grow up as a robot. Do you want it? I would say that we still could find a way that we can bring together human and human, even via this robotic body, but we know that human is there, the soul is there. So yeah, let's choose cheap and affordable options. And in case you're if you are got extremely interested, we are going to have in Tallinn, it's not so far from you, in 2 weeks, interesting experiment when we now try to continue with the next stage. So now we ask telepresent person be as person as possible in the more complicated communication situation, and you can send some researcher to take part in this experiment. So it's on December 15. You're warmly welcome. Just contact me. And also I will leave my email address in case you want to get these articles or whatsoever. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Janica. Ačiū labai, Janikai, iš tikrųjų už tokį įdomų ir tokį futuristinį, aš netgi
Thank you, Janika, for such an interesting and futuristic approach. Here in Lithuania, we still don't have robots assistants. In Europe, they are becoming to be used not only in higher education, but also in preschool. Now I'd like to give the floor to our partner, to our colleague, Unė Kaunaitė, do Vilnius manager. She's going to speak about soft things. What as mentioned by Janika and Pirjo, yes, indeed, it nicely correlates with the fact we must be not only skilled in technical and academic skills, we need very solid fundamentals of citizenship, and Vilnius is one of the most civic and open cities. It takes a very broad approach to citizenship, not only as a flagman of culture, but even in a broader sense. Good morning to everybody. I'm so happy to listen to so many interesting and diverse presentations. I'm going to speak in Lithuanian because the majority of our audience is Lithuanian. As mentioned by Vaiva, I will tell you about Vilnius and its activities. And I will focus about the initiatives of citizenship and empowerment. And I will be selective in our activities and will present only most topical. Yes, there are some links and connections or maybe even overlapping in the topics covered. Some will be described in further research. So briefly about me and about Edu Vilnius. We are a very young institution operating for a year. And we are an educational institution of Vilnius municipality. We work with all schools of Vilnius, preschool and secondary education. Our mission is to improve education in a broad sense. And we use different initiatives, starting from the engagement with teachers and education innovations. We try to find out where help and assistance is most necessary and how we can help strengthen school communities. I like to start my slides from figures about Vilnius. If people from other cities and countries are listening, statistics helps understand and compare the applicability of different initiatives. Vilnius has, the population of Vilnius is above 600,000, 7,000 teachers, 75,000 school children, and 158 schools. So the school children of Vilnius amounts to 1/4 of the school population of all Lithuania. So our initiatives should be tested and further deployed. I will start by showing this slide. I believe it will be useful and I hope we'll soon have similar data for Lithuania. This data comes from the US. As far as I studies, I see similar trends in other countries. The slide shows the replies by school children, how much they are engaged in learning, how interesting they take, how interesting learning is. The green line shows engagement. The senior the children, the less engagement we can see. It is a very important indicator for all professionals in the education system. The research also shows a clear correlation between the interest and achievements of school children. If we see a trend in school children in later years to be disinterested in learning at school, we cannot expect good achievements. I'm starting from this insight. I believe it is the core of all initiatives. And the first initiative is the most widely spoken of. Bloomberg, the philanthrope, has his own organization. Last year, this organization launched the challenge for city mayors. All mayors could speak about ideas they'd like to implement. Above 600 cities joined, and 15 cities won the award of $1 million. And in addition, we can feel and get intensive assistance among those 15 cities. Vilnius also was as one of the winners. Vilnius suggested an idea about education. Our idea is Vilnius as a school. It's our idea to turn Vilnius into one large learning space. And our objective for 3 years is to spend at least 10% of classwork outside school in different spaces of Vilnius. It will engage school children into phenomenal learning, project learning, and so on. It will be a way to empower teachers to implement such activities, and an internet platform has been launched. It's going to start soon. The platform will contain easy-to-use classwork scenario. Teachers will be able to use such scripts for their classwork. And the platform is also open for different institutions and offices which are willing to open their spaces for school children. The launching of the program on the city scale will be in the future, and we've tested the implementation with 5 schools. 90% of our survey shows 90% of school children support such idea, and 79% of school children say such mode of learning is more interesting, and 45% of school children say learning in city spaces allows learning more subjects. Why am I focusing on it? On the one hand, we hope school children will be able to learn different competencies, teamwork, and curiosity. And the school in such a way is no longer the only learning environment, but a hub merging and connecting different learning spaces. It's an important emphasis. At times, we think sightseeing or touring is not about learning. So we believe it's important to change such approach. Our teachers and schools can help believe it's possible to learn everywhere, including in the city. The education process should also engage other stakeholders. It can increase the trust in the education process. career opportunities and routes are also important. Now we have different institutions and offices which are willing to tell school children about professional routes. It is interesting, in particular, bearing in mind technological companies and institutions have joined. All this closely relates to today's topic. Such different forms of education can help school children to find out their educational opportunities. Classroom learning is not the most appealing, and probably it's the reason why it does not reveal the entire potential of learners. Why am I speaking about it today? Historians and anthropologists speak about cities as about unity in cities. More and more people come to live in urban areas. It makes us live closer, but at the same time, we know our neighbors less and less. And it does not inspire us in terms of the future. The more children learn in the city, the more we can expect such children will grow as city dwellers who know their city. The more they will care, the more civic and active they will be. The research of Lithuania shows that youth can become active by engaging and involving into their local environments, including urban. It can help young people to become good citizens. The second project also deserves sharing. It's a phenomenal education. It does take place in Vilnius. In spring, it was tested in 5 schools. For the whole school year, it's being implemented in 10 schools. And 92% of the school children surveyed in spring said they'd like to have more classes of this type. It is about pupil empowerment. School children identify what's interesting, they raise questions and point to most interesting subjects. I can quote 3 school children. I will read out, and one of the school children said, "I've discovered classwork can be different and not necessarily boring." Another said, "I discovered unusual Vilnius, a big difference compared to typical classwork." And the third said, "We go out to the city, we see other people, we experience new feelings, the feelings never seen before." So it is about their discovery of their classmates and teachers in different contexts. And we sincerely hope we will spread the seed of interest in learning on a broader scale. Well, not all classwork or learning takes place in this way, but if each single school covers 2 phenomena, it would be very useful. And the third point, participatory budget. This practice is spreading worldwide. Each school, each self-government unit has a say about its budget. More people can be engaged and involved in budget making, and 12 schools will be piloted. Together with their pupils, they will learn how to participate in budget making. All pupils will be able to suggest budget ideas, make estimates, discuss, vote, and select the best idea to be implemented. And according to Transparency International, 7 out of 10 children would be willing to have a say about the budget of their schools. And the school children also said they've learned how to be more involved and be more active. So it's the core of our vision. In several years, we'd like to see all schools of Vilnius to participate in their budget making, because it can help teachers and pupils to become more active as citizens. And the last initiative, it might seem to be out of the context, but it is interesting. It is e-sport. It is the sport of computer games. It is one of the most growing markets worldwide, and a number of countries in the world are considering or integrating e-sport lessons into the educational process. We've looked through different research about such lessons and launched the project into schools. This year, the youth school, one youth school of Vilnius has integrated this module into its curricula. It is very helpful to students who are not interested and are unable to learn. So such an initiative, which is known and engaging, can involve and engage school children. Such initiative shows such children the taste of success, so to say. It teaches other skills and competencies not to give up in case of failure. It teaches teamwork. So the participating school is very happy. It says the children seem to be very engaged, and we'll see how it will develop. So that's it. If you have any questions, you can address the questions to me. Thank you, Une. I hope I've checked the interpretation is available. Just you need to click on the right channel. Yes, it's a very good example of school and city cooperation. Such initiatives can engage more children and more schools. And individual participation would also be welcome. I see a question from Pirio. Maybe it's not a question, a comment. In any case, Une, that's the question for you to answer. Yes, the question is how we can inspire those who are marginalized. Well, I'm not going to say it's education, the education system which should take this burden, but it's the best way. We should start engaging children from early years. Such children should be able to make decisions as early as possible. And it is proven by shared budget making. The earlier you start, the better such skills will be mastered. And the schools, our pilot schools, confirm it's the case. They are trying out such engaging ideas for younger children. So my answer would be we need to engage children into such activities as early as possible. And our speaker from Finland also covered similar topics. It is indeed very important to give a chance for success for children. And if a child can tell his or her teacher the topics the child knows is a great opportunity and a practice which has worked in many countries. Thank you, Unia. We Lithuanians have many good practices and anyway, and the presentations of our foreign partners proves we also have a good experiences and practices. So just we have to share the best practices. Thank you, Unia. Yes, indeed. There is a way to influence schools to join in and to make us proud. Thanks for your contribution. The better children know their own city, the better for all of us. Now a short break, because we are behind our agenda. So let's say it will be a technical break and we are starting 20 minutes after 10. Just grab a cup of coffee or water, and I'll pass the floor to Dalia Kaczynskaitė-Wróblewskienė. She'll be the moderator for the next session, a break of 4 minutes.
Tęskime tarptautinę mokslinę praktinę konferenciją aktyvaus pilietiškumo strategijos ir technologijos tvarumo paradigmoje ir prašysime pranešėją.
Let's continue. Now I'd like to ask our colleague from the University of Turku to talk about perceptions of inclusion in the Finnish context of education.
Okay, thank you. I guess it is my turn now. And good morning to everyone. My name is Minna Kyttälä, and I work as an associate professor of inclusive and special education at the University of Turku, Finland. And my topic today is perceptions of inclusion in the Finnish educational context, and specifically in the context of basic education. If I understood right, you have already talked about something about Finland here today. Hopefully this is going to be something new as well. And with these perceptions, I refer to the diverse ways of seeing and perceiving things. Inclusion in Finland, for example, takes different forms in policy papers and in the experiences of the students. And traditionally, and even today, discussions on inclusion have focused on student placement with the prerequisite of teaching all students in the same classrooms and schools. But the aim of the inclusive education, however, is not merely to physically locate all students in the same classrooms, but to really promote the participation and educational achievement of all students, as we know.
Minna, I'm sorry, are you, the slides are working. I thought they are not. Now we see the different slide. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't test that before, but they are working. Yeah. And I will start by presenting very shortly the context, which is the basic education in Finland. And the Finnish school system is built upon public schools with highly educated teachers. So in the basic education, all the teachers have a master's degree. And basic education includes grades from 1 to 9, and in practice, this means that it is for all students from 7 years to 15 years of age. And even though this is a single structure system, the transition from Finnish primary level to lower secondary level typically means moving from smaller to larger classroom environments, and having several subject teachers instead of one classroom teacher teaching all or most of the subjects. And basic education in Finland is compulsory, and it is free, including the learning materials, school meal, health and welfare services, transport from home to school, etc. And all the schools follow a national core curriculum, which includes the objectives and core contents of different subjects. And within this national framework, the municipalities and schools have their own more precise curricula. And according to this national core curriculum, the basic education is guided by the inclusion principle, and every student has the right to appropriate support when needed. The number of students receiving full-time special education in separate special schools or special classes is decreasing in Finland, and the same phenomenon has been identified in many European countries and elsewhere, although there are differences between the countries in the way this inclusive education is really implemented. And these diverse ways of responding to learners' rights to inclusive education may be associated with diverse understandings and interpretations of what inclusion means. Whether it is a matter of including students with special needs in mainstream education, or simply a matter of including the whole diversity of students. And there are diverse interpretations of inclusion in education in Finland as well. There are schools in which good inclusive practices have been developed and implemented, but there are municipalities in which the inclusion principle is not being properly implemented, although the students are physically located in same classrooms. The aim of inclusive education, that is to promote the participation and educational achievement of all students, cannot be achieved if the students are simply located in the same place but not provided with enough support. And the Finnish basic education is based on a three-tiered support system in which early intervention is emphasized. Providing pedagogical support adapted to children's diverse educational needs has become a part of every teacher's daily duty. And the whole support system is based on the child's right to receive support when needed. Thus, no diagnosis or psychological or medical assessments or examinations are required to get support. Those examinations can, of course, sometimes be beneficial or even necessary in order to get a sufficiently broad picture of the child's situation for planning the support and other necessary services. However, they are not a prerequisite for support in school. And this tier 1 is general support provided for all children. And the tier 2 is intensified support, which is provided if regular or several forms of support are needed and if the general support is not sufficient. Thus, it is more intensive and more individual than general support. And the tier 3 is special support that is even more intensive and individual and provided if general and intensified support is not sufficient. And on all of these support levels, the support can include, for example, co-teaching, differentiated teaching, as well as part-time support in flexible groups. Tier 2 includes domain-specific learning plans, and Tier 3 individualized education plans. And the Finnish system does not include nationally uniform materials or instructions, for example, for universal screening or support. And in practice, this results in different ways of supporting students' learning depending on municipality level and school-based solutions. Important indicators and outcomes of high quality inclusive education are students' own perceptions of their emotional, social, and academic inclusion. Regardless of the policies and policy documents, what matters is how included students perceive themselves. And this emotional, social, and academic inclusion are all closely related to indicators of school well-being, school satisfaction, school engagement, and school belongingness. They are connected to feelings of being included, and with academic achievement. And a student who experiences emotional inclusion enjoys going to school and feels good about being there. Social interaction, relationships with schoolmates, and feeling socially accepted are prerequisites for social inclusion, and they require social competence from all actors involved. And this academic inclusion refers to a positive academic self-concept, which in further means believing in oneself as a learner. And teachers are in a significant position for setting proper goals to support that. And we investigated Finnish primary and lower secondary school students' perceptions of their own emotional, social, and academic inclusion using the student version of the Perceptions of Inclusion questionnaire in 2 different studies. And our 2 studies suggest 3 main findings. Firstly, the results suggested a drop in emotional, social, and academic inclusion during the primary and lower secondary level. Thus, the older you get, the less included in school you feel. And this applied to all students, regardless of gender, lingual background, or the level of support. And these results are in line with several other studies representing diverse educational and cultural context, suggesting that this decline is experienced, that this decline is not context dependent, but universal. And second, multilingual students showed stronger emotional inclusion than monolingual students. And both student groups responded equally in social inclusion and academic inclusion. And these results suggest that linguistic background does not seem to be a risk for feeling excluded in Finnish school. And one factor that may have strengthened the perception of inclusion of multilingual students is that the schools in the current data had additional support for Finnish language learners, which may have supported students' feelings of inclusion as well. And this suggests that providing the recently arrived language learners with additional targeted, intensified language support may result in positive outcomes considering feelings of inclusion as well. And the pedagogical approach of this additional support was based on the strategy of simultaneous teaching of both language and subject-specific content. And in addition to strengthen the students' academic and linguistic skills, the aim of the support was to foster an encouraging learning environment and to enhance students' engagement with school-related topics. Thus, this kind of multidimensional lingual support seems like a good inclusive practice. And third, the students receiving intensified or special support showed significantly lower levels of emotional, social, and academic inclusion than students receiving general support. And these results are in line with previous studies showing that students with special educational needs feel lower levels of inclusion in inclusive classes than students without special educational needs. And the results suggests that Finnish schools are not equally inclusive for all students at different support levels. Thus, Although basic education in Finland is guided by the inclusion principle, the students' perceptions of being included are diverse. At the risk of feeling excluded are the students that are receiving intensified or special support. And our findings also underline the importance of assessing students' own perceptions of their social, emotional, and academic inclusion to truly measure the quality of inclusive education. And monitoring these should be an essential part of every school's well-being work. Our results also support the notion that pedagogical support that is multidimensional enough, such as this additional support for Finnish language learners, may help to support the inclusion of students who might be at risk of feeling excluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Minna, for your presentation. And we have one question from the audience. In Lithuania, the situation is the following.
Thank you for your presentation, Minna. So maybe we have some questions.
Yes, Dalia, I am here with my question from the audience. The question is that in Lithuania, situation is as follows, like support is provided for the school only when professionals identify that the child has special needs. It has to be a legitimate recognition. It's not enough to be just like suspicious. So can you please elaborate a little bit about this level 1, which does not require a certificate to help? How the support is allocated at this first level?
Yeah, in fact, in Finland, we don't need this certificate at any level. So it is based on the pedagogical assessment of needing support. Previously, we had the same system that some kind of certificate was needed to get support, but in the current system, no such is needed to get support. And at the first level, the general support, it can include the same co-teaching, differentiated teaching. It can even include teaching in flexible groups, smaller groups if needed. So basically the methods of providing support are very similar at these 3 levels. The support is more intensive and more individualized when you get upper in this pyramid, but in Finland you don't need that certificate, and as I said, it can be useful sometimes, and you may need this diagnosis to get some other services in the society, but in school you are or you have to get that support when you need, regardless of whether you have a diagnosis or not.
Thank you. Very child-oriented approach.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
Especially when sometimes families do not want this official diagnosis of like special needs, then we do have issues here.
Yeah, yeah. And the intention here is that you get the support as soon as you need it. So you don't need to have these assessments and examinations that may take a while, so that you get the support as soon as you need it, immediately, if only possible.
Thank you, Minna. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So I see we have another one question.
Okay, thank you, Minna. Thank you, Minna, for your presentation. And Ir turbūt mes norime pristatyti kitą pranešėją iš Kenijos.
Oh no.
Dabar keliame į Afriką. Taip, norėtumėm pristatyti pranešėją Dianą Munanairi iš Kenijos.
I'm presenting the next speaker, Diana Monanairi, the founder of Marafinti community and international coordinator. She'll tell us about sustainable social technologies. Are you connected? We are ahead of time, so we still have some time before Diana's presentation, according to the schedule. It seems like she's not yet connected. Or maybe we can swap the speakers. Lina? I saw Agnia Kanchauskaitė here. Let's ask Agnia if she can deliver her presentation right now. Yes, I see she's connected. So apologies, Dalia. If Mina is here, can we address one more question to Mina from Perio? Mina, are you still with us?
Yes, I am still with.
As you see, your colleague from Finland, also Pirjo, gave you a question there in our chat. How can we improve the situation to improve inclusion in education?
Yeah, that is a good question. I think the main or the key issue is to give enough resources for providing this support. That simply to locate the students in same classes and same schools is not enough if resources for the support are not given for the schools. So it is as simple as that, but we can also develop teacher education. At the moment, I think at least classroom education and subject teacher education in Finland might have a little more special education issues in their curricula than there is at the moment. So in a way that there are also things that we can do in teacher education as well. That it is not just the special needs teachers who have all the knowledge and all the skills to meet this diversity, but to give this kind of knowledge and skills to every classroom and subject teacher as well.
And it's very interesting for me how many extra teachers you have in one class when you have, for example, students with special needs, because it's a big problem in Lithuania. Usually we have just one teacher, and it's very good if we have one assistant. What the situation in Finland?
It may be the same in many cases, at least in such municipalities where this inclusion is used as a way to spare money. So it may be the situation that there is only one teacher taking care of the whole diversity. But of course, we have these good co-teaching practices as well. But sometimes it can be the same situation that it is only one teacher, a classroom teacher, taking care of the whole diversity, and that is not the best option, because this is the problematic thing, that we simply locate the students in same classrooms and do nothing more. But we also have schools that have very good inclusive practices. As I said, they are well developed and well implemented, but there are big differences between the municipalities and between the schools.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mina. Aš norėčiau paklausti jūsų, Mina.
I'd like to ask you, Mina, can you hear the interpretation? Can you hear the interpretation?
Yeah, now I can hear.
Another channel in English.
Mina, find the globe and click on the English language and you'll be able to hear interpretation. Have you found the globe and the English interpretation channel? So the question is, our faculty also trains sign interpreters, sign language interpreters. Our schools have children with hearing disabilities, including deaf children. How do you integrate deaf people in secondary education in terms of classwork? How do you deliver a curriculum? Do you use sign language interpreters in classwork? Please share your experience.
Yeah, and this is, thank you for that question. It was a good question, and I am not an expert on this issue, but we have unfortunately special schools for deaf students as well, and there are students that want to study in these schools because they find themselves maybe more included than in this inclusive mainstream schools. But now I am sorry that I cannot answer this question because I don't know these practices so well, that how this issue is dealt when the students are included in ordinary schools.
Thank you, Mina. It's really important for us. So we would like to know how we will be working after 2024. But okay, we will try. So maybe we have more questions, or maybe somebody wants.
I have a question because I'm wondering, how do you prepare future teachers so they are skilled enough to recognize the special needs? How much attention do you give for this inclusion issue in teacher training?
Yeah, that was a good question, and I think that the special needs teachers get good skills and knowledge via their teacher training, but the problem is the classroom teacher and subject teacher training at the moment. So there are only certain courses during the studies that include these special educational issues, that is to how to identify the needs for support and how to plan the support and how to monitor the effectiveness of the support. That it is very often in Finland as well thought that it is the responsibility of the special needs teacher, and this is obvious obvious of the teacher training as well. So we have a lot to develop there as well. And also the pre-service teachers, the students who are studying to be teachers, think this way, that they are not prepared for the diversity. Even though the Finnish teachers are well educated, this is the problem still, that there is not enough knowledge and skills to meet diversity.
Thank you. Probably it's not so simple to know everything about all possible needs, and thank you for sharing how you do it. Yeah. And thank you for this presentation. I will switch to Lithuanian now. Vaiva, Dalia, aš galvoju, gal mes
Vaiva and Dalia. Can we announce an additional coffee break until all those technical difficulties are settled? The earlier coffee break was too short, so 10 minutes break. will compensate for the earlier coffee break. Let's come back 10 minutes after 11. So one more break until 10 minutes after 11. Enjoy your coffee. Right now, we'll have an opportunity to listen to Diana Monanairi. She's a founder and international coordinator of Morafinki community, and she'll speak about sustainable social technologies. Diana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to join you this morning. I'll be presenting to you social sustainable technologies. Technology is here to stay with us, and it's not going anywhere. But as such, we have a responsibility of ensuring that we create sustainable practices to be able to reap from it effectively. Now, we have defined social technologies into two aspects. The first aspect is the social software that facilitates social interactions and connectivity. And the second one is also the human relations through physical and social collaborations, interactions, networkings, and etc. So these two aspects are actually integrated, and that's what forms social technologies and solutions. And they're very applicable in our day-to-day lives. Now, these technologies are also very critical for the development of human behavioral changes, interests, and patterns, because we are able to interact based on these factors. And most of the times, we are constantly changing our interests and our patterns of operation, etc. So, for example, I would say the extensive use of software platform is efficient and effective in organizing social forums and networking events. And this has given a massive, massive social interaction across the world. And the diversity of this interaction is also has also enabled inclusivity of difference. Now, different in the context that we are all diverse from wherever we come from, and we do things totally in different ways. And this has also been able to be captured and integrated in the whole social system. As well, it has strengthened our relations across boundaries. It remains the driving force of interaction and integration, and it continues to create opportunities for groups with the same interests. When you look at it, we ask ourselves, is this social technology sustainable? And the answer is yes, because every day we upgrade our apps, every day we are also able to develop further to suit our needs and to reap the most benefit out of it. So the question should not be the sustainability of social technologies, rather the question is it, are we practicing sustainable practices of these technologies? Now, the biggest threat of social technology is power, because this is a very, very powerful force and a powerful resource that is influencing the world socioeconomically and politically. And it calls for these sustainable, safe practices, because it is easily manipulated and it can be quite destructive. I'll give an example. Years back and until now, we are able to get to source information from all over, and politically we are able to derive a lot of it. In 2004, if I'm not wrong, President Barack Obama was elected massively, and this was propagated by the use of the social technologies, because people came together and they rallied across the country and they were able to organize huge events to his advantage. Now, the concern of sustainable practices is also very critical, and it requires our attention. And this can be scaled by large institutions, trickling down to individuals, because there has got to be a sense of responsibility in administering basic tutorial to emphasize the importance of these practices. I'm saying this because we realize that oftenly we have this facility, but we do not have tutorials, or we do not have any information of how we can actually use them effectively without infringing on other people's beliefs and without infringing on other people's way of thought. We can use it for purposely, of course. It's got to be provoking, it's also got to be engaging, but the bottom line is we use it as we see fit. And that's where the danger is, because at the end of the day, if you choose to use it destructively, then it's going to cause a mayhem out there in whichever environment you choose to do this. Another element is that we have the luxury of open content. So when you have open content without regulation, then the population is forced to heavily consume inappropriate content. And this is seen infiltrating further to children, making them vulnerable physically and emotionally. And they're also, and also this is causing trauma and to an extent physical harm to these kids. And certainly because we do not have the checks and balances within this technology. We also have an issue of accessibility. It's still wanting in some areas, and particularly in Africa, Asia, and South America. It's still limited due to, of course, various reasons such as illiteracy, inaccessibility to devices, bundle data, good connection, and poverty. So still, in as much as we are happy that we are able to interact socially and we're able to have this platform, we are still disadvantaged because not everyone is on board with this. So we still have a long way to go if we want everyone to be immersed in social technologies and to be able to reap benefits out of it. So the other issue is then we have to look at social technology systems. What just happened here? Sorry, I think I did something and I can't seem to find the presentation, but nevertheless, we continue. So the aspect of social technology systems, we have to look at it. We have to look at the 4 components, and I'm sure we have more components of technology systems. So we have the technology itself, and then we have the socialization, and we have cultural structure and environment. Now, these 4 are interrelated, and they create sustainable practices because of the dynamism and development. Technology as it is brings in the software, brings in practices, software usage, and amongst other things. But then how are we socialized? Are we socialized to embrace this, and what is our background of socialization? And then in terms of cultural structure, each community is structured differently. And this plays a really huge element in social technology. And what is our immediate environment? How does it look like? Because if it is a safe and secure environment, it means that you are also able to access this information. Therefore, we have to keep on upgrading this software, because at the end of the day, we continue to rely on it heavily. For example, now we have to carry survey constantly so that we upgrade the media platforms to remain steadfast and to also get good service delivery, increase efficiency and convenience. Most institutions have now heavily invested in IT departments, and this is very crucial because they keep on streamlining and reviewing the technologies, marketing, and networking strategies. So these are the interactive platforms, and actually it can be explained exactly at this moment because we are here interacting from different quarters, but it's because your institution has also been able to invest in this and enabled this to take place today. And these departments also, they customize platforms of interaction within and about comprehensively to provide social solutions in all aspects. So it's very important that when this is happening also, we have a bit of participation from the public participation of institutions to be able to give our input on how we want these platforms to relate to us, how we want to relate. And finally, the question is it sustainable? No, we have done this. In terms of sustainable practices, then we have to continue also. Sorry, I just jumped on the other side. It's because they are all interrelated. Then we have also a danger of not regulating social technologies. And this rises in different ways. And some of the few issues that I've captured include the insensitivity and imposing of beliefs and culture and practices to influence and propagate particular agendas by different groups and different communities. So naturally, this would mean that we attack different cultural frameworks which are functional in that in those areas or in that sectors by imposing our own ideologies, which may not necessarily reflect on their lives. It is also very important to note that in an African culture, it's an honor to accept an invitation because it forms an integral part of inherent social interaction. In this age of technology, it is slowly erasing this form of interaction, and it's something we have to live and deal with because it's not going anywhere soon. And finally, communities have, since time immemorial, actually had certain social frameworks of operation, and it's upon all of us to support these frameworks as opposed to creating global frameworks that undermine the diversity of existing social networks. Now, I feel that there's two different types of global frameworks. So we have to have definitely a social interaction in the sense in a global manner, but also we need to leave room for communities to continue embracing their own frameworks of operation, because that encourages diversity and also conformity to their own cultures that they adhere to. So what can best create sustainable practices? So is it possible to inculcate regulations to social technologies? That is the question that we keep asking ourselves. And I think we have a lot of work, especially as social workers, also to look at this, because at the end of the day, we are trying to integrate communities and society, but we are also trying to ensure that we are not imposing our beliefs and we are not imposing our ideologies in them. We want them to remain intact, while at the same time we want them to grow. So these are questions which cannot be answered, but these are things that live with us, and we still have a long way to go in terms of creating okay. I have a question here. How can we improve critical thinking and information literacy in Africa and elsewhere? At this point, I would like to think that, especially in Kenya, we have been working on critical thinking, and we are also doing quite a bit in information literacy. How can we improve? We need to also give people an opportunity to think outside the box, because most of the times, especially in our institutions, we are still being fed the same old information that was administered ages, like given the last century. And bearing in mind that you're on the 21st century, we also need to start changing our way of thinking and to start changing our way of doing things. We are doing this through giving children an opportunity to express themselves, and we are also doing this through reviewing our education system. Like right now in Kenya, we have completely reviewed it, and now we are using a new syllabus, which is critical because it enables the students and the pupils to express themselves, to also think outside the box, and to work beyond traditional methods and traditional way of education and thoughts. In terms of literacy, we are also engaging, we are also using a lot of information technology in our schools, especially in cities. We are heavily invested in this, and on their rural counterparts, they are getting a bit of this literacy knowledge, of course, through mobile devices, because we don't have electricity in quite large areas. So that means that we are not able to install other facilities, but there's been a lot of investment in solar powers and solar planets. So I'd like to think that in the coming few years, this should be accessible in the whole country, and it should also prompt different way of thinking and of doing things.
Yeah, Diana, can I have one question, one little question.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. What the biggest issues in such a field in your country for you as a social worker?
Come again, what's the biggest issues in?
Yes, in your work, everyday work.
My biggest issue in my everyday work is translating information to local people, because I work with really marginalized communities, and how they process information, especially the information that they get, is quite different from how other people translate this information. And also another challenge is their level of understanding, because these are people who are not exposed to education. These are people who are also not exposed to social information technology. So these are people who I can unfortunately say are still living in dark ages. And in such a scenario, whatever information they access, it's either the truth or it's a lie. And it can't be black and white. It's got to have gray areas as well. So that remains my biggest challenge, is trying to highlight certain issues, especially to do with healthcare and to do with education, and why education is very important, because for them, education is, you have to get education and get employment. And life at the moment does not work like this.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Diana, very much. It was really very nice to hear you. And hope to come, you will come to Vilnius also, as some years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana, for interesting presentation. Ir kviečiame dabar pranešimą paskaityti ir savo žiniomis pasidalinti.
Now we'd like to give the floor to Agnė Klimčiauskaitė-Janavičienė. She is the founder and manager of public establishment Gravitas. So Agnė will tell us about the children of the war, challenges of our educational system.
Kokie tie iššūkiai kilo mūsų Lietuvos švietimo sistemoje su ukrainiečių
vaikais? I'll try to tell you about the challenges our educational system is exposed with the coming of Ukrainian children, and will focus on active activities. I am from Gravitas school. It is a Lithuanian non-public school which is for children who flee the war, the regime, or some other disasters. It is a kind of strange school, and more than 440 children study in this school. We have over 50 teaching staff members. There are 4 villages where Ukrainian community people live. The geography of teachers is very broad. The children are Ukrainian, and we have people, teachers coming from Ukraine, Belarus, from Kazakhstan. So the geography in terms of the nationality of teachers is very broad. Our school focuses on 3 major issues which are more relevant for our children to get back to life. Our students are the children of the war, and they have to overcome emotional difficulties and to open up. They need to open up for the new state and language. Until emotional troubles are in place, it's impossible. And we must create and develop together. And we should go towards a joint development. What else? Our school has a large number of volunteers. Everybody is contributed to the creation of our school. And the list of our sponsors and helpers includes 30 companies and all Lithuanian people. The school opened its door in March with the influx of Ukrainian school children to Lithuania. Our school helped those kids to evacuate, and eventually it gave rise to a new school, Gravitas. It's also a hub of competences. we also help Lithuanian teachers. They have to deliver to 22,000 Ukrainian children, and it's a huge challenge. They need additional instruments and means to help such kids to open up and find their own place alongside the war in their country. And building communities is also important. We've formed villages with the buildings housing Ukrainian refugees. 300 individuals stay in such housing, and we help such people to find their place in Lithuania and to start life here. Let's look at the history. What does citizenship mean? In the context of the war, developments were fast. We are very active as the players in education. Everybody helped. And this opened different educational initiatives for Ukrainian children. We joined Ukrainian teachers and offered support. We joined different initiatives, coordinated activities. We undertook the course on overcoming traumas. Our school children are the children of the war, and they need help and assistance for their life here. We also worked on the instruments for Lithuanian teachers. We prepared textbooks, online platforms to facilitate work in Lithuanian schools. Let's say if you have 5 or 10 Ukrainian pupils, Lithuanian teachers find it difficult how to deliver training and education. Inclusive education necessitates, is time intensive and resource intensive. So we came up with a number of proposals in March. We helped children to get integrated, like work in different semesters did not seem suitable to us. Refugees normally are closed to different cultures and languages. They need adaptation periods. So the Lithuanian Ministry of Education took over the initiative, and Ukrainian refugee children were able to adapt. We saw no sense in carrying out any tests of Ukrainian children in different subject matters. It was evident we should focus on different spheres. How educate children from Ukraine? What shall be done with the teachers from Ukraine? How can they integrate it into our educational system? So these issues were to be solved by the ministry in order to allow a Ukrainian teacher to act as a teacher or assistant teacher. Legislative amendments had to be made. Specialized classes were opened up. And in parallel, now we are still looking for ways how to help people to overcome emotional troubles. Now, in terms of inclusive education, we need to meet basic needs. These people have fled the war, leaving everything behind. So they needed housing. The picture shows the former spa facility. Now it is used for housing. The team of our volunteers has contributed greatly. Such solutions are fully sustainable. All those belongings were donated by people. In March, through rapid response, we were able to open classes for Ukrainian children. And even schools opened up for this particular group. It was also possible for school children who've suffered from war traumas to adaptate through remote training, part-time training, or use the help of Ukrainian teachers. In this way, slowly they could integrate into our system. In May, we opened up the Lithuanian Gravitas Scholar School for refugees. So have a look at our achievements. It was proposed for refugee children to get integrated into our system through remote studies, through a transitional year to learn the Lithuanian language, or through joining mainstream education and studying together with Lithuanian school children. Well, it's a natural way to learn the language. All those three options were not suitable for our school children. Not suitable because they were the children of the war. I am a teacher of the Lithuanian language and literature myself. It is very important for me to see the children willing to speak my language and to respect my language. Other solutions were necessary. So what is important in the education of Ukrainian refugee children? Education as such is similar to Harry Potter bean intrigue. One day you can get the taste of soap, bean, banana bean, or rotten egg taste. You never know what the future can bring. You must adjust and be flexible. It is important, however, to respond to their emotional needs. A school must be safe and structured to help children to assimilate the routines. Such children need a shoulder to lean on. Environment must be playful. It's not about festivals or parties every day, but children should get into the process of education slowly, step by step. They should experience and live over their traumas. Meeting physical needs means such children must get their basic needs satisfied. They need water. They should avoid different triggers. Interactive classwork was not suitable for Ukrainian children. Each sound can remind such children of the trauma. Just closing the door can also remind of the trauma. The child who comes from the war zone cannot be expected to be eager to study and deal mathematics. His or her head is still full of the traumas or belongings left in Ukraine. For example, his or her cat left in Bucha. If the child shared the same room with the dead bodies, these are major concerns to be taken into account in education. So we've discovered a very interesting formula. The Lithuanian cold season and ice and the Ukrainian heat, I mean emotionally. It's a merger of two different characters. Everybody is different, but we are united in our effort to see common ground. The word I love you, if repeated 15 times a day, it means the same. And even if it is uttered only once a year. Most importantly is to be together and to not to lose oneself. You must be aware of your roots. I am fascinated about France, but it's not for me to try to become French. Once you have your feet firm on the ground, if you are in peace with yourself and your identity is not threatened, it's easier to open up for other cultures. You see some moments from our school. These children have a normal childhood, as it should be, and the war cannot stop it. Our teachers and school children learning, camping, having fun, integrated classwork, communication with Lithuanians, and opening to our culture. It's also important not to forget about your responsibilities to your country. Ukraine feels a shortage of power, so our children contributed by producing candles and some other initiatives. Co-inclusive education model of school children from other cultures and nations. The present theories do not totally meet the needs of our children. So co-inclusion is an option. It seems to be one directional, and we are trying to find some common ground. We make effort to find harmony. So our school is trauma sensitive. Trauma-informed schools is one of the methodologies. 70+30. The Lithuanian system is flexible. We update the content and curricula are different. 70% of the curricula is compulsory and 30% belongs on teachers. And it makes it possible to integrate school children from other countries, so be it Ukraine or Finland. Phenomenal learning can also be used in such an approach. War refugees need to use their own language to be able to adapt and adjust to another language, and eventually multilinguistic education can be applied. So a transitional period is necessary. Eventually, school children can move over to the language of the host country gradually. And it does not mean these children lag behind. It's just about their development. So stage by stage, in the second year of education here, you can strengthen the delivery of the Lithuanian language. It's education without borders. It can take place in any location, school, or even university. We must foster national identity It also means an opportunity for double education, so to say. A part of our refugee children study remotely, and it's our responsibility to open such opportunities because it helps retain hope of coming back. Statistics says many will stay, but it's their choice. And we should train about human rights, obligations, freedom, democracy. So that's the model we are trying to consolidate. So what's next? This slide shows the highlights and most important points. We must integrate curricula. Competencies, work in this area is necessary in order to develop the school and culture which would focus on war refugees. Community development is also important because it plays a vital role for refugees. And the school also leads to change. These children are future European. They are the people who will live here together with us. So how to deliver education to Ukrainian war refugees? The answer is simple. You should educate and bring up the people you'd like to share our country. So thanks to all of you. And thanks for your excellent work and such important activities for all of us. Any questions to the speaker?
We have. One quick question to Agne. Agne, I do know what's going on, but still, the war will be over. Most children will come back to Ukraine. They will be living in Ukraine. However, we do have other refugees, migrants in Lithuania. We also have them or issues related to them as a problem. So is it possible that your school in the future becomes a refugee school, a migrant school, a multicultural school? Are there any ideas on that? Well, that's the plan, and we also have to meet the challenges which life brings forward to us. So whatever these children are, we will help, no matter whether they are Ukrainians, whether they are Kurdians. So whatever children come with them, we will live. We see a lot of comments and thanks in the chat channel. Agne, thanks a lot indeed. Agne, thanks a lot once again. As mentioned before, you can send your questions in writing. We will now be talking about a few strategies, and today with us we have Dr. Lina Šlinataitė-Kalėdė, who will talk about regenerative education. Thanks everyone for inviting to this really interesting and very diverse conference. I'd like to start my presentation in a regenerative manner. So probably I'm the only one who is not related to education, so therefore I will dare to start it in a non-standard manner. I'd like to ask you to sit comfortably, relax your body, and take a deep breath. Those who see this acceptable, please close your eyes. I'd like you to imagine for a couple of moments as a bird who's flying over an old forest of Lithuanian. Let's imagine that this forest is the educational system of Lithuania, a Lithuanian ancient forest. It's diverse, it's stable, it's moved by inertia, it's changing, it's trying to repel novelty, it's also progressive and also contains very new examples. In the times of these systems which are breaking apart, we cannot afford ourselves to lose what we have. Indeed, I hope that here we not only have your mind, body, but also your heart. I will ask you to think in a cyclical manner, just the way as the nature does. I will allow your old beliefs to die, just like in the nature. I will ask you to change like years change or like seasons change. We are different, and that's why we are unique. We contribute to one ourselves, and we also cooperate and collaborate, not only compete. I'd like you to thank your ancestors 7 generations back. I'd like you to thank the earth and all of the species which are around us. I'd like you to thank forests and trees which help us to breathe, because every breath we take, half of our lungs are in forests, so to say. I'd like to ask you to take a deep breath once again. So my topic today is sustainability, but I always try to take a look at sustainability from a regenerative point of view. So some of these things you might find something new. Of course, everything that is new is something that is old but forgotten. So my first request is to write in the chat window as to what is alive in you, what's part that's living in you. Is this an organ? Is this a desire? Is this joy or hate? Or what is this? What is this, the living thing? So we have all sorts of thoughts, ideas, mind, breathing, self-realization. Hope was mentioned twice. Well, so far so good. Many thanks. I inquire you just to try and observe all the 4 seasons of the year within yourself. We always try to be efficient and effective, but please bear in mind that we are also cyclical persons. We like things, we dislike some things. So as far as sustainability and regeneration is concerned, we need to talk about evolution and to see what our societies are going through. We are in the stage of exploitation, degeneration, which manifests itself in war, enslaved people, abused people, resources that are used cheaply, things thrown away without any responsibility. So everything that the classical capitalism brings. And what we see is that our systems are breaking down, the systems of energy, peace, healthcare, and of course, we're looking forward to changes or breaking down of educational systems. So for me, sustainability is something that resets all the wrongs which we have been doing in this exploitational type of narrative. So whatever we denied, we will have to accept and acknowledge. So whereas before, we have a total lost our connection to the nature, we despised nature, despised other species, we will have to get it back by integrating it in curriculum, so that the society can compensate the damage it has inflicted on the nature. So for me, sustainability is just a mechanism of compensation of all the wrongs we have inflicted upon humanity in the past. So the future is all about regeneration, systems that follow the wisdom of nature. So I'm talking not only about culture or education, but human as a system. So everyone, every man will have to move through the cycle or the 4 seasons of the year, and all of that will be reflected in the future regenerative action. As regards education, we see very clearly that majority of young people are not happy with education. Even those people who are successful are not happy with the system. Parents are unhappy, communities are unhappy, education doesn't contribute to better politics, life, or just... So what we see in effect is that education only helps this competitive environment to grow and flourish. And what we see are linear mechanical structures based on domination, on ego. We have a lot of male logic dominating in this area, ignoring female logic or female aspects. So as for sustainability in education, currently the focus is on environmental protection, social issues. We do not talk about transparency, salary, ethics, etc., etc., etc. So apart from those 17 objectives, these are 17 objectives of the world, and we can see how schools integrate that in their systems. And we see schools making choices of what things to prioritize to compensate the damage. Global researchers started talking not only about external objectives, but also about the importance of the inner world. So apart from CO2 emissions calculation, composting, etc., etc., waste management, sustainability is not only about that. It is also about inner sustainability of a person. And here are 5 areas of what I refer to as internal sustainability. We also have to focus on internal world of a person, ecosystemic understanding, and I think we should apply the wisdom of nature when building the system of education. So the nature has been ignored for a number of years. So quite often we equate nature with mining, fishing, etc., etc., but this is not the way to go. Our Minister of Education is also talking that our educational system needs to change and needs to question the objective. We will be talking about in a world inclusion and not, this will be done not only in this green context, but we will apply that in a much broader sense. So what is a regenerative education? For me, education is like nature, which is 3.5 billion years old after the Big Bang. So it's a real laboratory. We are the last product or the result of this laboratory. So for me, regenerative education is a laboratory of real life. For me, it's an incubator for change. And for me, school is a place where new myths, meditation, and joy is created. I think that our children can offer us new and completely different myths. So here is the comparison of these three systems. So whereas in the previous age, we were focused on this exploitation, now we're in the stage of sustainability, but the third and last is the system of regeneration. So how do we work with sustainability in this area? So regeneration can be a part of curriculum, subject, system, or a town. So we always gather sustainability team, and we start talking about the vantage point. We carry out the analysis of materiality, and only after that we choose standards which we try to adhere. Sustainability is an ongoing system, and whenever I talk to municipalities or schools about sustainable systems, we always move through these levels. We try to analyze the needs of everyone in the system. We try to investigate the needs of the surrounding nature. We build a vision together, and only after that we choose actions and tools for that. Quite often in Lithuania, the choice is made wrongly because a standard is chosen first, and reasons are explained afterwards. So this is materiality assessment, and we also try and draw a matrix as to where our focus will be. Maybe it's composting, maybe it's energy savings, etc., etc. So what's important is not only external things, but also internal things, compassion, empathy, etc., etc. The future regenerative systems of education will be very interlinked, and these systems will be built on experiences gathered or stemming from the nature. Maybe we will look at a fern and take example from this beautiful plant. So we have to talk about diversity, because monoculture doesn't guarantee diversity. we also have to talk a lot about the internal world of the school leader or a principal. Principals of the future will only lead the team to a new creative work. We will also talk about internal world of the teacher. The teacher cannot only be the giver. We also will need to talk about the internal world or inner world of children. So the future systems So what we will be responsible for is to ensure the flourishing of each and every participant of this system, and only that will guarantee that we'll reach the final objective. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have 9 minutes. Please take this opportunity to ask questions. The question is as to how we will live together with the nature. How will we regenerate ourselves? I have one question. Lina, I have this question. So what you're talking is really beautiful, really inspirational, and it's really inspiring. However, I always try to just go one level down and take a look at the current state of affairs we live in. Lina, most probably you do see how the new curriculum is being changed, where the emphasis is placed. I mentioned today that we are still trying to move towards this academic centric approach. You talk from a completely different perspective. So as an expert, or my question goes to you as an expert, I think it is a fairly futuristic question. So what can we as an institution which prepares teachers do to make sure that what you are talking about becomes the future? Well, as a mother, don't be afraid, I also check up on my child's academic achievement, so we still follow that. Of course, we are just like everyone else. Well, I don't really know what you should do. I think before you start doing something with others, you need to do something with yourself. So the quantum physics says that you cannot change people around you, you can only change yourself. So through internal changes, you can change your external reality. So it's worth, I think, to put on this cap or thinking hat of regenerative thinking. So as I said, sustainability doesn't have life in it. It's only a compensatory mechanism. And we have to think about this regenerative type of educational thinking. And indeed, when I think about educational system in Lithuania or municipalities, I see this need to change and some early stage signals that the system wants to change. I think the changes are ongoing at all. I am a disruptor, and I don't really think, or I don't trust in the educational system. Just think about healthy eating. I think it's these were home cooks, home chefs who brought healthy eating first. So this regenerative approach requires people to be very brave. We cannot simply hide behind the veil of bureaucracy, hierarchy, etc., etc. So we should start with ourselves, and only after you make changes in yourself, you will be able to bring those ideas to the world. Lina, thanks a lot. Great inspirational ideas. A lot of people are listening to you on YouTube too. And indeed, I believe this was a very inspirational speech, very inspiring to our students. And let's hope for these positive changes. So thanks a lot once again. Do we have any other questions?
Galvoju, kad daug standartizuoto mąstymo ir tokio suvaržymo švietime.
A lot of standardized thinking in education comes as a result of regulation. So we know accountability is important. We know all of these legal acts, descriptions of competencies, etc., etc. So there's a great deal of regulation. So what do you suggest? We working in the structured educational environment or system, what should we do? How should we deal with this accountability issue, which we do have? Well, I will just repeat what I said. You have to sort of say, work with yourselves. You need to get more courage. And I once went to one rural school, and I remember how they told me that the educational department didn't allow them to rearrange chairs. So I see it as an example of a major gap in the system in understanding, and I really have never believed in the governmental or public sector, and I've always been an innovator. We have great examples in Lithuania when even in rural schools, schools become major change agents, but we need just to try and beat the system, so to say. We have a double life ourselves too. I work with transformations. I see lots of these people who wear suits. They are very rigid, and after 2 hours of work, I see them becoming freer. And I even have some positive examples. One, Lithuanian companies are working in this new way, but telling their shareholders they're working in the old way because the old shareholders probably will not accept that. So I do not believe in the change of system. I believe in the change in individuals, and through that in systems. Thanks a lot, Lina. We have 2 more minutes. Lina, thanks a lot. We need to change. We need to start change with ourselves. Indeed, it is very difficult to change others. We can only change ourselves. So now it's lunch time. Lunch will take place until 1 o'clock. And please come back at 1 o'clock and we will go on with the conference. Thank you. Have a good lunch.
YouTube sharing channel is also starting, and I hope everybody's back to the next part of the conference. The first part was slightly futuristic and involving some elements of the past, but covering the most relevant issues of today. The second part, I believe, will be no less interesting. We'll hear many speakers from Lithuania, the Netherlands. Later, the speakers from Germany will join, so a lot to cover. Now let me give the floor. I'd like to give the floor to Eglė Celeshienė, the manager of the Lithuanian College of Democracy. She'll speak about digital inclusion for all learners. It'll be about digitization, which is impossible today and even more in the future. Hello to everybody. I hope you can see my slides. Yes, it's okay. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here today and to speak about digital inclusion for all learners. My presentation is based on the project coordinated by Professor Eva. As you see, it's written on the screen. She is a very active member of Swedish associations operating in the area of digital inclusion. And we are happy we can implement such project here in Lithuania and share best experiences. First of all, let me introduce our College of Democracy. It's a think tank created in 1994. And it brings together the scholars, PhD doctors who focus on democracy and its development. So this was the beginning for the college, which promotes democracy ideas. Sorry? We have many different partners. We are very happy. We are members of the confederations joining non-governmental organizations working for children and youth. We are also very active in the rural need youth. The network brings together European scholars and practitioners, and we focus on the youth who are exposed to challenges in studying or getting employment, namely with the need youth. One logo is gone, but our experience is also based on the international Woody network. It pulls practitioners, IT professionals, and educologists. So we must ensure children who are different and face challenges can get access to games. So let's go back to our aim. It's digital inclusion for all. Together with the Professor Eva, we have reviewed the background. The Swedish organization and us are the key partners. And we have two major goals. Firstly, to enhance general competencies of youth. And we are focused on school children in this area. And teacher competencies are also important. We must identify what assistance is necessary in what participation in networks could be used to share practices and make it possible to develop qualifications. Before the project, and now the main target groups were and still are school children, teachers, staff, or public agencies. Our results illustrate our activities. We've accumulated the best practices and will hold trainings to engage future trainers of teachers. And the training will be on digital inclusion. We'll set up a team of up to 10 teachers to use the methodology and develop training in regions. We also hold, it will be possible to arrange a competition for schools. Teachers and pupils will be asked to tell about the good experience in their schools. So based on the insights, we'll sum up the best practices for schools. Such practices will describe the experience and good practices of others, and they can be mutually beneficial. Sweden and Norway had a number of good initiatives, and peer sharing is very useful. A teacher can ask a question about some technical difficulties and get a fast reply to facilitate his teacher responsibilities and voluntary activities. Dissemination is very important for best practice sharing. We present our activities through different activities to be more appealing for teachers. We also need teacher experience, how to engage more school children. We launched a project in this area. We presented it in national and international, including DI Week. This Digital Inclusion Week takes place every year, and you are encouraged to join. You can engage in discussions and participate in networking. We also take part in the largest networking activities and in EPAL as well as EDEN in order to cover the topic more extensively. Our project is based on the main goals. So first of all, sustainable development goals in order to develop education and promote equal lifelong learning. Digital inclusion is the instrument which can ensure accessibility of education for all, as demonstrated by the COVID pandemic. Not only in Lithuania, but elsewhere in Europe and globally, we have a number of good examples to focus more on school children who live in remote areas, and such activities can improve their emotional condition and educational achievements. Our project is based on the priorities of Erasmus, you know well, namely the green sustainability. And we heard a very good presentation on the topic before lunch. Our project also meets such priorities, including engagement in inclusion, diversity, digital transformation, and democratic participation. Now let me speak briefly about each of the priorities. First of all, active participation in democratic life. We aim at ensuring active participation of the largest number of people in such activities involving digital integration, because it can open opportunities for people who are not outspoken, who have fewer opportunities to reach out. More active participation in democratic life can be ensured. Inclusion and diversity, it is a focus of the European Union. You see a number of obstacles, and the list is not finite. It includes disability, cultural differences, and so on. And the need networks or adult need networks cover problematic youth, and the European Union emphasizes in all strategic documents that needs are a big priority, and there should be ways to engage this population group. We need to overcome cultural, social, and economic obstacles. And digital inclusion is one of the instruments and best experiences to be shared. They facilitate responding to such needs. The Green Deal, we have the communication on Green Deal. It is one of the principles or cornerstones of the European growth strategy. We know by 2050, Europe should become a climate change neutral continent. So everybody interested in such issues also make steps. We in the project, through inclusion, also encourage joining good initiatives, for example, saving youth sustainability projects. So this is the way to contribute to tackling climate change. Digital transformation is an important element. The plan of digital education plan is important here nationally and in the EU. It has two major goals, namely to develop high-quality digital education system and to enhance the capacities, digital capacities of everybody. So this is the area where the project works and shares its opinion, experience. The digital plan is available online. Here you can see the links, so look up if you are interested. Why action is necessary? Why the digital plan has been drawn up and is so important to us. It highlights the main focus areas by EU. During the COVID in 2018, a survey was carried out. Only 40% of European educational professionals had the skills necessary. And the teacher is a very sensitive and knowledge intensive group, so it became possible to arrange a number of trainings. Alternatives are necessary for face-to-face communication. And one third of school children in the age group from 13 to 14 have not achieved the required level of digital skills. And the survey of computer literacy requires specific competencies in different subject matters. Therefore, we still lack such skills. One more point to note. 1/4 of low-income households have no access to computers and broadband. And now we have a day center for school children in Aukštadvaris. It helps ensure that children for such families should have access at least to one computer. It was quite a challenge. Infrastructure had to be developed, and computer is a must in order to progress. The action plan specifies the main strategies. First of all, encourage and promote the development of the effective digital infrastructure and system. Let me now overview the achievements of the EU. First of all, Digicom documentation. It includes a number of examples how we can develop digital competencies. Digicom consists of a number of elements. They cover content, cooperation and communication, as well as information, problem solving and safety. So Digicom offers a number of instruments to develop such competencies. Apart from organizational measures, practical action is proposed. Schools must develop basic professional competencies, including pedagogic and subject-specific competencies. Intersectoral competencies are also important. They consist of 5 parts and are distributed accordingly. The diagram shows the development of engagement of professionals through digital resources, teaching and learning. Empowerment, assessment, as well as facilitation are necessary. My Digi Skills is one of the opportunities for all of us to get an assessment of our digital competencies. A test takes 20 minutes. It is free of charge. So everybody can take the test of the competencies and get help. And the test taker would get proposals of what can be done to improve. A large number of Lithuanian schools have joined or are going to join the selfie. It is free of charge and easy to use instrument or tool. It has been designed by the EU how to use digitization at schools. And here you see the last slide for summing up. I believe I've not exhausted or overused the time given for me. So follow us on any media. The Eva is very active on LinkedIn and social media. She shares links to free of charge events where digital competencies can be improved. So just look up in LDUKLT and you'll find a number of good recommendations. Thank you, dear Agle. I see there are no questions, but your activities and your project are very relevant. Now it is needs are of high concern. And this issue is becoming more and more important for Lithuania. And even for the sake of the future, we must consider it. If those who finished 10 years at the university are considering gymnasium education. They need to achieve a certain threshold, if not at vocational schools. So the question would be as follows. Maybe you are considering a research or a survey of the teenagers of the relevant age groups. You did for the group 13 to 14 years. Maybe you'll expand your survey and research, and it'll include the youth of 15 to 16 years. The changes we are planning can give rise to a number of tensions and pressures. Yes, indeed. The first survey has been presented to the public. A very competent team of scholars formed clusters. How schools after year 10 at school are successful, and how such results, test results, motivate or encourage children to improve the competencies and to graduate school successfully. It's too early to speak about results. The results show the main clusters, but the main challenge is social exclusion. And the system of education, including the best teachers and infrastructures and facilities, will not be able to overcome the problem. The Ministry of Social Security and Labor should join in, additional stakeholders should be involved to find ways how to ensure the tackling of those problems and engage all teachers. The professor Bittinas, who was my teacher, used to say, as soon as higher education was introduced, this made the entire society more sensitive and more access was provided to education. So politicians should be very cautious. Most important is to focus on the quality and generate additional value. Accessibility is a must. The Scandinavian countries are a good example, and Professor Eva also is active in sharing the best examples. It's important to have talented children, but engagement and cooperation are even more important. Each young person should feel how he or she can be useful for society. Yes, Egle, I believe your words will reach the ears of our decision makers. There are quite many tense situations about the tests of achievements after 10 years at the school. So thanks for your presentation. And in my own turn, I would like to say our college also participates in the project. Our teachers and all teachers can participate and get the competencies in IT area. So all your slides and self-assessments are very helpful and we use it. Such tools are very helpful, and I'd like to encourage people to take such a self-assessment. As I see, there are no other questions on YouTube or here, so thank you, Aglia. Good luck, big luck. I'm happy you are so active in such a sensitive topic. Your work is meaningful and hope it will lead to changes in the area of education policy.
Taikomųjų mokslų universiteto, Hilda Van Scharen. Iš tikrųjų, gerbiama Hilda.
Now I'd like to give the floor to Hilda Van Scharen. Hilda is the person we've been cooperating for 2 decades probably. Hilda is the person who's in charge of international relations and engagement of international students. She'll speak about the Dutch practice in working with Ukrainians, in particular those who come to the Netherlands for studies.
Hello. Thank you very much, Vico. Yes. Is the speaker on?
Is it?
Okay. Thank you very much, Vilnius College, for inviting me. And
it's interpreter speaking. You should turn on the channel if you hear me.
Okay, wait a moment. How can I turn it off?
And please full screen.
Yeah. It's wait a moment. Okay. I would like to stop the interpreting, but I don't see where I can stop it.
So you hear interpreting?
Yeah. Okay, but it's no problem. I will continue.
So you can look there down the screen, and you will see a globus, and there is original audio, so you can just I don't know how to.
You can choose in the interpretation menu on the Zoom at the bottom line. There
yes,
is like
there.
Yeah, okay.
Next to reactions.
Right. Okay.
Did you find?
Yeah, sorry. You know what? I will continue because
okay.
I think I will. I hope it's. How do you say? You can understand me. Thank you very much for your invitation, and it was really interesting. I enjoyed it a lot. I will tell you about the program that we have for refugees and especially for Ukrainian displaced persons in the Netherlands. This program in the Netherlands, we are working in the south of the Netherlands, and we are a University of Applied Sciences. Do you understand? I hope you understand me.
Everything is okay, Hilda.
Okay. So I enjoyed a lot the presentations of Agne Klimachows-Yaitia about what you do with Ukrainian refugees. And indeed, I'm going to discuss the inclusion of war refugees, and then especially from Ukrainian. Since 2017, we got the opportunity from the local government to work with refugees. And since this year, we have also get possibilities to work with Ukrainian displaced students. The refugees, the regular refugees, they all have a recognized legal status given by the Dutch government. They need a certificate for secondary school validated by the Dutch government. They need already to have a starting level of Dutch and the commitment of the municipality, because the municipality will continue to pay them, funding to pay living costs.
Dear Hilda, the slides didn't change. Maybe you can do full screen or just go through the side, the left side.
Okay.
Go. So.
Wait a moment. We know what I will. Do you see it now?
We see, but not full screen. Sorry. So maybe you can find there downstairs. Lina, can you help?
It's another window probably opens when you click, you know, to show the presentation. It probably another window opens. Can you please stop sharing and try one more time? It would be nice. Now it's perfect. Yeah, it's perfect now.
Perfect. Thank you. So let's continue.
Okay. So we have two programs, one for regular refugees, people from Syria, Yemen, all the countries that you can imagine, and another program for Ukrainian refugees. What we see that the Ukrainians, we have at this moment 21 Ukrainian students, and the target is to let them be successful in an IELTS exam, which they need to enter a following educational program in higher education or at university, when there will be an English curriculum. What are the entry requirements? They need to live already in the Netherlands, in our province, in the south, in Limburg. They need a validated secondary school certificate, and they need a B1 level of English, but it's not really B1. I will hold, how do you say, a conversation with them and assess their motivation, and then we will see if they can start. What are we learning them? The target is, the objective is to let them to prepare them for higher education in the Netherlands, because we have experienced that the Dutch didactical approach is quite different compared with other countries. We have to learn them study skills, especially working in groups, and we tackle the principles of problem-based learning. And we learn them study skills as presenting data, looking up information in databases, and referring to literature, and so on. They get access to our library, and then they have access to big data bases, also the Library of the University Maastricht, the Central Library of the Netherlands. So it's a very huge database. For the study skills, we try to develop personal studies skills, and we start, as Agne already also stressed, the importance of being proud of their own cultural identity. Why? Because previous literature has showed that if you are proud about your own cultural identity, it's far more better to integrate. It's easier, and you can better cope with stress, with psychological stress, due to acculturalization problems in the country. With acculturalization problems, I mean adapting to the new situation and the new system in the new arriving country. What we see that students, they have problems, of course, with language. They might have other viewpoints, other values, other beliefs. They have personal characteristics which are different from each person. They are coming into a complete new organization, and the motivation to study what we require. Studying in the Netherlands is very expensive, and you have to have time and possibilities to devote, how do you say, all your skills to get successful in education. And it asks a lot of a person. Also, there are a lot of assumptions, for instance, that students are, how do you say, responsible of their own study success. and that they are vulnerable and that they are consult seekers. But these are points that mostly educational professional staff in the Netherlands will think that students have, but we have to be, how do you say, careful and to check whether it's present in the Ukrainian group, because of course the circumstances which they have to cope with are really can be very different compared to Dutch students. And also their buffer mechanisms can also can be different. Uncertainty about status, can they stay on the long term or not, about financial obligations, the dangerous circumstances that they still are confronted with family living in cities really under attack and things like that. The experiences eventually with racism, we do not know, but it's thinkable. The daily life stress in the Netherlands, life is very expensive, and maybe they have post-traumatic stress disorders or family with whom they live, and possibly also mentally disorders. You can't see this in an intake interview at the beginning. This is a poster presentation of one of our students, and you see that living in the Netherlands was like a puzzle. It's very difficult for them to know where to go and to ask the right information at the right place. What we also do is try to learn them to practice presentation skills, not only in a classroom, but also in official organizations. So they are presenting the pre-bachelor program in the governments, in the Parliament's House of Maastricht. With study skills, we focus also on personal communication style. We use the Rose's layer, but also with the vision that they have to learn to work in a team. And if you work in a team and somebody is not cooperative, you have to give him feedback. But how do you give feedback and which is adequate, and how do you receive feedback? Further on, we learn argumentation based on literature, on science, and everybody has to prepare points, statements pro and contra. And we do this to practice pluralism in debates. Further on in the second semester, we will focus on the 7 life domains of Movisi. This is a Dutch organization for social work. And the main focus will be on finances and on the healthcare system. What we see at this moment is that the Dutch healthcare system is very difficult for refugees, but also for displaced persons. We will explain how it's organized and how you can use it to get the care that you need. We also plan visits to the EU in Brussels, to the Parliament in The Hague. We will visit huge companies to see, not only for having fun, but to see how it functions and where they can work if they get a higher education in applied science. We will visit a hospital, but also we will visit, we will not see the patients. That's not the primary goal, but we will visit the technical department, how it works, the kitchen, the supply chains, and so on. We try that students are really, getting skills that they are proud, that they are presenting, that they are sharing their experiences and knowledges with us. This is a photo of a visit. This is within a foot of a visit in an enterprise. For the English course, the objective is to be successful in an IELTS exam. And we have also engaged an Ukrainian teacher. She was a PhD of the University of Lvov. She was living in our neighborhood, and I could ask her to learn to give Ukrainian language to our students. And the reason that we do this is because we absolutely, we do realize that people are coming from different regions from within Ukraine. And we do want that they can, how do you say, communicate on a professional level in Ukrainian language. They like it very much, the students. Students also are very eager to learn Dutch language. I'm teaching the students Dutch language, and I must say, I just had an exam with them, and they are really, really, really very clever and very, very, very cooperative. They get also statistics. Why they get statistics and not mathematics, what we give to the refugees, because we see that the level of the secondary school in Ukrainian, which was for some students partly done online, had a very good quality and a high level. So we could proceed and we could give them statistics in English language, which they might need if they go for further education in the Netherlands. Further on, we have a buddy system. I have 8 social workers, and they work one day with the students. They organize a lot of activities inside and outside the school, and they have WhatsApp groups, and they are the primary contact person if there is a problem or a question. And I must say it works really very well. Now you see a poster of a student who said, these are all the people, but I'm the yellow one. At this moment, he's finishing his engineer diploma. What can I say with working with Ukrainian students after a month? Because we started in October. I get very positive reactions of the students. They are fast learners, eager to learn, highly motivated. They have good organizational skills, and they have a good background and a positive attitude. I really must say that the knowledge they have is really, compared to the other refugees that I got, really very good, by high standard. We have to take into account that the situational context of the students can differ. Some are living alone, some are living with foster parents. The situation at home still has, of course, a huge impact on their well-being. Living in the Netherlands is expensive. They have to pay their own travel costs, and you know, gasoline is very expensive now, so this is a problem. Most of the students do also work, and there is still a huge uncertainty what's coming next. But I think that, I hope that policymakers are listening. What I think it's very useful, could be very useful on an EU level, is that there will be a policy of, for the entry fees in European universities and colleges, so that Ukrainian students will have the same right as European citizens, and that they don't have to pay the entry fee which foreigners have, non-European citizens have to pay. They also need funding to pay, how do we say, books and to cost for living, and they must have, in my opinion, the same rights as European citizens, especially as long as the war is continuing in Ukraine. Why? Because otherwise you lose a generation. We need, after war, they need to build up their country. And even if they are not going back, they have such high competences. We all have knowledge, how do we say, market economies. So we need the knowledge, and they have the knowledge. They just need to get opportunity to continue, to enlarge, and to be, how do we say, to get a certificate, to get an adequate job, and to be meaningful for society. What we see that within the Netherlands, the legislation for displaced persons, especially related to healthcare, we see there is a legislation, but in practice, because a lot of practitioners are private entrepreneurs, like dentists, it takes a lot of bureaucratic hassle to get a refund of the service or the care which is provided, and a lot of there is how do you say, a gap between the theory and the practice, because a lot of Ukrainian displaced persons, in my opinion, especially to dental care, it's not as good as it should be. They get primary care, but not special care. Thank you very much. We could do this program because the local government gave us the financial support, but also the board of Zuid University and the director of the and the manager of the Nieuwste Pabel, so the Academy for Pedagogy and primary school teachers are supporting us. And together we will come, and we will, I think, be very meaningful for and with the Ukrainian displaced persons who are now in our midst. And I have just one remark that I would continue. It would be very, very great if the European Union could provide a digital education platform for where Ukrainian teachers and how do we say, representative of schools from within the European Union could work together to provide a good training program at diverse levels for Ukrainian people who are temporary or now in Europe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, dear Hilda, very much. I see that we have a lot of similar issues, and of course, I think Netherlands and Lithuania are doing their best for our Ukrainian friends. And today there were some who are participating in our conference. So I hope that we will live in peace very, very soon. So thank you very much. And I don't see any questions on YouTube and there. So Hilda, best wishes for our colleagues, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Na, o dabar norėčiau pakviesti Juventą Mudėnienę, Vilniaus kolegijos lektorę, ergoterapeutę ir šiaip žmogų, kuris labai domisi viskuo ir daug dalykų, kuris iš tikrųjų nori daryti tam tikrus pokyčius Lietuvos švietime.
I'd like to give the floor to Juventa Mudėnienė. She is an occupational therapist and VICO lecturer. She'll speak about a very special activity, namely shadow play. Everybody knows all this is interrelated. So without much ado, I'm giving the floor to you, Venda. Thanks for such nice words, Mrs. Dean. Hello to all participants of the conference and colleagues. It's very interesting to listen
experiences and for this wonderful possibility to hear and to see examples of your fields of science. Taigi, tas mano tyrimų laukas iš tikrųjų yra...
The field of my research is indeed interesting. It is shadow play or the theater of shadows. It's not a characteristic of the Lithuanian culture. And now I'd like to share some of my insights. Can you see my slides? Yes, Juventa. So, how did I come to the shadow play? I'd like to speak today about the opportunity given by the shadow play to promote and encourage motivation of school children. That's what the title of my presentation is, the use of shadow play to promote the motivation of children with developmental disorders. I am an occupational therapist. I've been dealing with children with developmental disorders for a long time. It was the subject of my research in my master's thesis. So such experiences will be useful considering the aspects of inclusive education. Now, in terms of shadow play, this part of culture has reached us from the East. Chinese and Japanese claim a priority in this play. France and Turkey are the countries which use shadow play extensively. Here in Lithuania, it is only noble estates which had some experience. I believe it has much potential in education. Many of mothers who talk about their autistic children and much research as well as films about such children note the potential. Such children find it normally concentrate on contrasts of dark and light and on ray fractures, and shadows are appealing and help focus. We only should make use of it. In plain language, shadow play consists of three parts. Different variations are possible. It's the hand theater or play. Everybody knows we used to make cats, the table theater, and the most complicated, the theater of plastics using shadows, but it involves the play of body choreography and different articles on the stage. Shadow play is convenient because it does not require much equipment. We can make use of a well-lit wall or the stage, which does not need any screens, objects, or lighting. It's good if there are elements of music or choreography, but it all leads to more complicated forms. My intention is to speak about most simple forms in our works with certain disorders. The research and survey took place in the summer this year. It is important and relevant. My personal intention is to research and study all elements to facilitate inclusive education. So I explored such fields. As mentioned, it is the autistic spectrum disorder. Also, specific mixed developmental disorders are common among children. And as an occupational therapist can say, such diagnosis is normally initial. Later, it turns to autistic disorders. So the three expressions: limited emotional expression, communication difficulties, social needs, and some patterns in repeated actions and required structural elements. Shadow play helps solve some of those issues. The research aimed at exploring and revealing how motivation can be promoted by shadow play and what indications can we observe. Those pictures, photographs show how simple the technology and equipment can be. It is simply a box of oranges. We glued it, used rice paper and special lighting. And we did it at home, me and my husband. It does not require much skill. That's the beginning. Every child who came into a dark room could see such a picture. I used a room for my research in order to get the sense of the whole range and contrast of the shadow play. The second picture shows one of the boys. He's used the stage for his own articles and elements. He also used the elements I had prepared for him to use during the session. It was a quantitative study. The sample was small, 5 couples, 5 mothers and 5 children with autistic disorder. The criteria for selection was the mothers who could afford participation. The research took place after working hours. The methods: analysis of research sources, semi-structured interview, pre and post interviews. We interviewed the mother before and after the session using different questions, researchers' notes and content analysis. What's interesting and what the research revealed? Some successful arrangements in the research. First of all, the activities proposed for children were successful. And let me add, each session was individual. First, the children worked on their own, later mothers joined in. The participation of mothers will not be presented by now today. I will focus only on the impact of shadow play. Each session lasted for 30 minutes. And interestingly, educational or therapeutic or educational session took place at the desk, as you see in the top picture, by the box and by the wall. Lights, desk lights and lamps were used to make shadows vivid and to allow children to see the shadows of their own body. You can notice in the pictures that Our technique was not shadow play in its pure sense. All figures are not behind the screen, are not behind the lit rice paper. They are in front of the child. My attempt was to allow the children to see the shadow only, but it was not convenient to reach out to the object behind the screen, and they were unable to see the action. It meant the necessity to use a mirror or to solve it in the way I did it. And in fact, the children who suffer from autistic disorder or have some mixed disorders find it difficult to focus. And teachers and professionals can confirm it. Concentration is difficult, so it was impossible to watch the image at the mirror and manipulate the objects. 3 layers were meaningful. They added additional dynamism, and the child had 30 minutes to arrange the figures. Also, we had to work equally at the desk, scene, or wall. So improvisation was highly important. Now, in terms of the research results, I can say as follows. They showed a couple of categories and subcategories. The first is motivation and its importance. So you see such subgroups as written on the slide. It was important to me to research the level of interest of children in the absence of shadow play and when it was used. Half of the research time was used by the latter. So any differences in the interest, how hobbies or personal interests can be used. The latter are important, and I highlight to my students and encourage to talk to people, to parents, to find out more information about children. That's the fundamental of all educational activities. In addition, the chances for choice also enhance motivation. Even such simple choices as one pen or another, different scissors add to it. The activities were split according to the proportion I mentioned, and the research was successful. The research envisaged some activities necessary according to the education and development plan. If children had writing and reading difficulties, could not memorize and connect letters, I am, as a teacher, supposed to teach letter reading. This must be done through the ways interesting for the kids. Letters were drawn up, put on the clouds, and eventually on the stage for the shadow play. So the kids got excited, and such a method was successful 100%. Promotion of motivation. This element had been noted by mothers as inefficient unless it was some sweets. The survey showed the motivation could be encouraged by the fact that the work result could be used in the playwright way. Personal failures decreased motivation, but it was possible to compensate by moving from one layer to another, from the desk to the wall, by using different sizes of the letters, different choices, and arranging the letters into words. So much space for creative opportunities. Now, how activities were carried out. You see the subgroups. it was important to see how quickly children get involved. Before the research, the mother said the children were quick to get engaged, but would drop out soon as well. My task was to find ways and the right activity dynamics to prevent children from dropping out, to help children to focus, stay in one space, or choose another if the former was confusing. I could control those spaces. Instructions involved gaming elements. It was successful as well. The picture shows the boy and his mother, and it was necessary for me to develop the coordination of hand and eyes, the small motor skills, and it was possible to cut out small strips or masks. The content of the work was the same, but motivation was different. It was also important to explore difficulties and ways to overcome. Yes, it was relevant because children were not equally eager to participate in activities 4 days in a row. And I had one boy, and I had some key words. And the important word was the dragon. The day before, we cut out the dragon out of paper, and the next day was for playing with the dragon. So it helped us to read and form words from letters. Now, in terms of shadow play, I'd like to note one more research area. All mothers and all children had been exposed to shadow play on the walls or using their own hands. And one girl, as it was said, used to feel magic in shadow play. She used to notice the differences in lengths between physical body and the shadow. She even communicated and talked to the shadows. The initial impression was different, and it depends on the sensory sensitivity. One of the boys closed his eyes and needed time to get used to darkness and brighter lengths. The level of degree of gaming or play elements was very intensive, and the kids produced and used the figures on their own. So to sum up, I can say as follows. If we compare conventional educational processes, be it classwork or activities, and the engagement by using shadow play elements, we can say that ordinary activities produce lower, considerably lower level of engagement. We could notice much boredom or disinterest and signs of tiredness. Yes, children do get tired. At times, it's not the result of physical tiredness, but by the boredom the same environment causes. It means we should look for different approach and methods to engage children who are not so easy to engage in the activities we need. The second conclusion, the elements of shadow play generate new stimuli. In addition, for occupational therapists or teachers, they can give new instruments for engagement. The kids found it meaningful to participate, to produce and use. The kids were eager to finalize their task and see what the objects looked like under the light as a shadow. Social interactions were also important. And there were moments the mothers and kids cooperated and communicated through shadow play. And it also means a big risk. Shadow play is so attractive, it can compete with other activities. Much calculation and planning is necessary when to use. Should it be as a candy or as an intro into an activity? Or maybe it should be saved for the final. And it is individual skills and characteristics which determine it. So my recommendations are to use shadow play elements. More research on the impact of shadow play is necessary. A quantitative methodology should be based on a larger sample. And in addition, it would be good to see more research into other aspects of shadow play, meaning different age groups, different social notions. And such research and surveys of group work potential would be welcome. So thanks for listening to me. And if you are willing to join in or get more information, you can write to me. It would be interesting for me to find peers in this activity. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Juventa. Yes, we are behind our agenda, unfortunately, so I will simply thank Juventa for all your input. The program of studies has enriched considerably this year. Thanks to Juventa, we can give knowledge to our students about the education of children with sensory disorders. So you have enriched our training opportunities considerably because it's a matter of preparedness to use such techniques. Your input is huge and will become ready more or less to tackle such issues. So those who are interested can contact Juventa in person. Maybe it will lead to other interesting activities. Thank you. And now I'd like to give the floor to our friend of preschool education from Šiauliai nursery Sambelina. Asta Želionienė, please come back to the topic of digital instruments.
So now
I'd like to give the floor to Asta and hear your presentation about digital competencies of children. It is an issue in preschool education. It is a challenge, and your insights hopefully will help us cope.
Insights which will be valuable to all of us. Hello, everyone. Indeed, it is my pleasure and privilege to talk to you as a practicing teacher. And indeed, the number of inspiring presentations has just been astounding, and I'm really going to use some of the insights. So my presentation is developing digital competency based on the new curriculum, challenges and experiences. So preschool teachers started with the new curriculum this autumn, and indeed, it was quite challenging. There are 5 competencies which have been enlarged. We now have not 5, we have 7 So it's civic, cultural, social, emotional, and health living, digital, and all of those competencies, they are being developed through 6 different areas of education. So all change motivates us to move forward. So digital competency, I believe, for a number of teachers is quite challenging. We do have to develop this competence on our own. It's time intensive. We have to get familiar with all sorts of different new tools, try and get them to work with our children. And the reason I'm talking about digital competency rather than any other competency is that I think that this is the competence which is impossible not to have for a modern full-rounded person. And I, as a teacher, do not imagine a high-quality preschool education can be done without high-quality digital education or competency. It helps to engage children, get them interested. Therefore, my presentation today is about sharing my personal experiences of how I'm doing with that and how that works for me. And I will also share a couple of successful examples. So when we started with the new pre-curriculum education, we talked about that to parents, and I was curious to find out what parents think about digital competence, whether they are in favor of that or not. And indeed, parents are in favor of that competence, and they also do not imagine their lives without the internet, social media, telephone. And when I asked them as to they're happy with how often we use digital technology in our classroom, most of them said that they are quite happy with that. So we share this information with parents. We have a reflection in the digital medium. So what parents see is that we work hard to select those tools who help children to consolidate their knowledge, visualize some of the topics, get them interested. And they also see that when children come back home, they share that experience with their children. We also talk to them about how often they use digital technology at home. I am also very happy to say that some of them limit the amount of time their children spend on the phone or on the iPad. Sometimes they allow their kids to use an app if they had used this before in the classroom, and this usage of ICT tech is moderate, and that's a good thing. And here I'm sharing some of the thoughts and ideas of my children as to what they think about the internet. So they know, or my 6-year-olds know, that internet contains a lot of interesting things. Telephone is a good thing because if you get lost, you can give a call to your parents, and that will help them to find you. So they understand that you can make a video call, you can take a video, you can use it as a torchlight. They also know that important things or apps sometimes might be locked, and that gave me an idea as to what children already know about digital technology and what they should still learn about that and what are the dangers of the internet. Now the question is as to how digital competence manifests. So that is digital curriculum or contents. When children start building their own content, it covers the search for information, then digital communication, which is all about communication between children using digital technology. Digital security, safety and security, and that's about being safe on the internet. It's all about protecting one's personal data. It's about the ability to use digital technology safely. And the last element is problem solving. That is all about helping children to solve problems using digital technology. I quite like this old Jewish saying which says, you should allow children to learn things other than you have learned, because your children were born in a different age. We call our children digital natives, and indeed they're quite adept at using them. So if there's a question about should we use digital technology or not, of course there are dangers of dependency, etc., etc. But I think we cannot do without digital technology. So the way we teach children read and write now, I think we should be teaching our children to use digital technology safely. And of course, the answer is very positive. It helps to open different realms to children. It helps to keep them engaged. So IT, for me, is a way to get around the environment. It helps to extend and enlarge their knowledge, and it helps to deliver teaching materials much more efficiently. On this slide, you can see how digital technology helps studying different things, counting, listening, flipping virtual books, sing and dance, and even create digital content ourselves.
Kadangi mano pats pranešimas yra būtent apie skaitmeninės kompetencijos plėtojimą, tai kas turite...
My presentation is about digital competence. So those of you who have a mobile telephone at hand, you can just open a QR code and try scanning this QR code and just check how it works. A lot of people say that it's difficult to get children engaged, that they have difficulty concentrating. So my suggestion is that you choose that technology which helps to keep the interest. So QR codes is one of the ways to keep them engaged. When they open them and they see what's coming next week, that's quite effective. So 6-year-olds not only use digital content, they also start creating that content, like very basic content. So on the right, you see how they use JetPix to draw drawings with their fingers, take a photograph, and then add an audio file, and that is how we help them to develop their linguistic skills by using digital technology. When they scan a QR code, you can scan that QR code too. You can see that these two girls are trying to make a cartoon. So they select the environment of the cartoon, they select the sound for the cartoon, the characters, and again, it helps to build or develop one's creativity, linguistic skills. We also use Music Lab app which helps to create have background music playing the background of that particular cartoon which girls have created. 6-year-olds can even become co-authors of digital material. So they can create ebooks, they can act as voice actors voice actors for riddles. And again, we see how in this particular instance, communication and other competencies are being developed. Digital kids, they use digital and smart tools as well. They also know what vegetables grow once they scan a QR code. They can even scan QR codes attached to trees, and again that helps them to consolidate the knowledge which we develop in the kindergarten. It's also important for children to be able to apply that knowledge in their daily life. So for example, we went out and children who started scanning QR codes, they were able to unlock some of the things. We played this game when we were young, and again, there's a new approach that allows children to play this very old game using digital technology. We use Bbot for development of coding skills. Children can code some of the things and then communicate and cooperate. And this new curriculum pays a great deal of attention to cooperation and collaboration and helps children to work together. Digital competence is also a part of science. So they know how to use Google already. They know that once they enter a keyword, they will be able to find what they want. And they might also use Google Lens, such as in this instance, a mushroom they don't know nothing about. They found out what is this mushroom, and it was quite a novelty for our parents as well. And digital technology allows to test things which are untestable in real life, such as lunar travel or engaging with 3D objects, going out to a virtual museum. Indeed, children quite like being in a virtual museum. Sometimes we use that digital technology just because it is interesting for us, or just to capture things or moments that are important. We like using in our work iPads or tablet computers. We ask and want children to capture photographs. Digital technology also helps to dance, make exercises, do exercises, and engage in athletic activity. Digital competences are also being developed for cooperation, communication when talking to our partners from abroad, and children also learn the ropes of how to communicate with their friends online. So we have a tradition which helps to say hello to children who are sick on a particular day and couldn't come to school. We like Kahoot a lot. It helps to do all sorts of quizzes and consolidate knowledge. This particular slide shows how we can develop several competencies at the same time, and when children test different maps which are good for their age. Sometimes if we don't have some equipment, we go visit our friends, and 6-year-olds are very noisy, very funny, but they really like engaging with Lego, Mindstorms constructors or robots. Again, it allows to work together, collaborate together. Critical problem solving. Again, it was a great experience. We once found out that the group was quite noisy, so we decided to check what is the noise level in the group, and it worked really well. Children saw that noise decreases our productivity. Then children said, why don't we just put headphones on and listen to some music? So again, that was a nice experience. We also talk about safe internet. We participate in the safer internet events. There are some PDF books which are also okay for that purpose. Cooperation with parents. So parents contribute a lot to all of these activities. So whenever we talk about a particular topic, they send their photographs, we share these photographs, have virtual exhibitions, and then we see how good digital technology is. We started using a classroom screen, which allows them to assess or reflect on a particular skill. And I truly think that teachers need to grow, they need to share their knowledge. I share my materials on iteachers.lt, and here you can see 3 catalogs. We also have some national competitions, and we encourage all teachers to create these tools. So no matter what your choice is, we like digital technology. I also quite liked an idea by S. Papert, and he says that children will make us reject traditions which have been there for ages. The school doesn't have monopoly, there's no monopoly on knowledge, and the number of information sources is just abundant and staggering. We truly think that digital technology helps opening a lot of possibilities. It's really good, and I think that smart kids should be taught by smart teachers. So I wish that we all become and grow as smart teachers. Thank you for your attention. Indeed, a very inspirational presentation. I think once again we were able to see for ourselves that when a teacher believes an idea or has an idea, everything is possible, and even some of the most daunting challenges, they can be overcome. Indeed, as a person, you have to ask yourself of how to best deliver the content. Sometimes we are not really courageous, but when thinking about the future, we have to really get some courage and go out and do things. I hope to meet you in other conferences as well, dear Asta. That was great. Now I would like to finish this session with a very enigmatic presentation, which will be delivered by two great teachers from Vilnius Pilaitės School. Their presentation has a really mind-bending title, which says, "Through the rise of nature to the rise of personality." Or maybe through the carpet of nature to the rise of personality, because there's a play of words involved. Over to you, Jolanta.
Oh, well, can you see our slides? Yes. First of all, let us thank for inviting us and the opportunity to share our experience. We've been listening from the very beginning, and we feel as if we are in the same waves. Even the very first speaker, Pirija, spoke about the importance of investigating or exploring learning. So me, together with Lina, are going to share the practice we follow in such work. As the previous colleagues, we would like to note, we are practicing teachers. We are creative teachers. For the fourth year, we've worked as a duo, Liana. This year brought along a challenge, and we have moved to a new innovative educational institution, the Gymnasium of Pilaitė. Yes, indeed, it is a challenge because we start our classwork from identification of a problem or a challenge. And we tell to school children, we are going to focus on the development of competencies of individuals in the 21st century, cooperation, creativity, leadership, and emotional leadership, which is a highlight of this year. All our activities join together body, mind, and emotions. We took part in the training yesterday, and today's presentations have led to discussions between me and Angelica. Our activities are inclusive, not only for weak or for well advanced. So we are happy there are seminars or discussions and conversations as to where education should go. Yet still we hear that the focus is on the best advanced students. Yes, indeed, we should not exclude everybody, but talented students should not be in the focus. I can't remember who said, but the thought was very right. We should develop the children we'd like to share our life in the future. We cannot exclude non-motivated or less skilled children. Such approach would not be appropriate. Orientation towards academic achievements is also not acceptable. So, as said by Lina, we make efforts to engage everybody in our classwork. More talented school children can be helpful to those who are weaker, and it can lead to nice breakthroughs, and it can be achieved through sharing and not by being left aside. We try to engage each and every school child, and we get surprised ourselves, even if it is believed the child cannot work in a team. Quite the opposite, shows the skill to take initiative and lead others. And at times it is not only believed some children are not talented, but we get even recommendations to ease the level of difficulty of tasks for such children. But we see how children can change and show remarkable capacities. In May last year, we got involved into creative schools, into the educational project of phenomenal education. We enjoyed its philosophy. It's not only the student who is in the focus, but also interdisciplinary approach. So the latter was very appealing to us, and we joined the efforts. It was enjoyable to ourselves, our colleagues, and school children. And we build our activities on research, which says the 21st century does not view knowledge as so important. Well, you have a phone all the time, but the capacity to make use of such knowledge. In addition, communication of your message is important. So the research says career will depend not so much on knowledge, but on social competencies. Therefore, schools should prepare children not so much for academic achievements or short-term knowledge, but should develop school children to be active and engaged in the modern world. So as mentioned in May last year, we, our children and colleagues, held discussions. We've made a choice of the carpet. As said correctly by Vaiva, it's a matter of distress in this word. It's a play of words. Sorry, Lina, for interrupting. Yes, it's the word of play in this word, kilimas or kilimas, which translates as a carpet or growth and rise. We, four colleagues, integrated literature, history, civic education, and physical education, as well as dance. A creative class was formed. Once a week, such creative activities were carried out. And the school children had discussed the concept of a carpet through associations. As mentioned at the very beginning by Elena, apart from all competencies, we try to engage emotional literacy. So we started from associations. And we suggested the app called Everywhere. Our students were able to note all associations they get hearing the word carpet as an item. And later you'll see some pictures. In fact, associations were very different, including articles, also association with home, grandmothers. And interestingly, the classwork included not only children from ethnic minorities whom we try to integrate and to make them feel as Lithuanians, They included children from Ukraine and Belarus. So such integration was very useful. It showed the association of a carpet, irrespective of your origin, bring the children and teachers together. It leads to joint or shared experiences. And the second association is of the word rise. They helped see how to organize our classwork. And the choice of the children, probably because of semantics, was to focus on physical education. Maybe they did not think it would be such a major challenge. Just physical education as the basis can be challenging, and eventually they were able to cover 20 kilometers in a day. The challenge for us as teachers was tracking as such. The statistics on the health of the students shows that results are not so delightful. So at the beginning of their work, the students received sheets of paper. They were colored. And as you could see before in the table of emotions, we called the table as the carpet of emotions. All day long, during all classes, the students had to watch and track their emotions, like, dislike, analyze, and see how many words can be used to describe their experiences. So it was quite a smart move. The carpet also symbolizes personal growth. It encouraged reflectivity in classwork. On the sheets of paper, they could draw just diagrams of emotions consisting of falls or rises, similar trekking up the hill. Just some slips and failures were not an exception. So such diagrams were not the same. The students could see changes in their emotions once they leave comfort zones. And it helped children realize such experiences help them grow as individuals. In this way, it made it possible for us to plan the track and plan rest sites. The first track was along the banks of the Neris River, from the Green Bridge to the Garden of Bernardines. The students had to find expressions of specific symbols, take pictures, so the patterns and the plants. We suggested the students they can find out the plant's name using the app. So in principle, the technologies did not overshadow our experience. It was a personal experience, and a technology was as a facilitator. It was learning through feelings and movement. Eventually, they explored the field of all challenges and problems. And fully personal as well as individual experiences were generated as a result. The first challenge was the climb of the hill of 3 classes. crosses. It's not an easy task. The children were not prepared because of footwear or lack of water, but we could overcome the challenge. And later at the park, we reflected and were learning how to dance a folk dance. Now, the second way out or solution. Our intention was to promote learning in open or green spaces of Vilnius, to encourage students to reflect on their own growth. Earlier, we were learning a folk song. So singing this song, we were climbing the hill of Gediminas. On top of the hill, we were watching Vilnius and talking about Vilnius as if it were the carpet of the city, describing prevailing patterns and colors. And we also recited the poem by Sigitas Geda, To Feel Lithuanian. Yet those activities were not fragmented. The time pressure right now is too high to enable a full presentation of such activities. Yet we were learning the lessons from such activities. We tried to introduce the children to the representatives of different professions. And in this project, we had a chance to invite others. We invited an interdisciplinary performer, Vitalijus Chervekovas, who was a PhD student of the Arts Academy at the time. So he used his own experience to enrich formal education and to reveal Vilnius. The subject of his research is Vilnius and its environment, so it was helpful to us to make use of his experience to enlarge the perception of Vilnius for the children. And now we are jumping over to another activity description. We were learning different folk dances. Later, I will show a short video for the very end. It will not be commented, but it will be self-descriptive. Apart from walking and trekking, we had one experiential session, live statues. The students had to show, to impersonalize the Hill of Three Crosses. The statues consisted even of 3 layers, and such practices not only promote the sense of community, but also self-confidence. Some students admitted later they had been afraid to get involved, but later were freed up, and everybody felt united. Practice gives room for interpretation, and it facilitates a broader perspective. Even statues as human statues or urban statues or as the tree of the world are very symbolic. And it's fun when students not only hear from teachers, but through their own feelings, experiences, repetition, and reflection can get the sense of such learning practices. We are not going to read the reflections by the students. There's a large number, yet I will voice only one. One student said, I felt great. There was no schoolwork. I was surprised, and he said, such learning was different. So let me stress once again, such activities are quite common. It is not only once or twice a year. Actually, each week the students could have such activities, and it is a deep practice, so to say. So if you have questions or any proposals, feel free to write by our contact details. And now have a look at the video to experience a similar emotion our students did. Now, I'm stopping my screen sharing, and now I'll play the video. And please tell if you get the sound.
Naktali, pernaktali, nemigo, subralaliu obelėlę sodinau, subralaliu obelėlę sodinau, prigyk obelėlę valyvai, nokink savo obuolėlius raudonai, nokink savo obuolėlius raudonai, aš priskinsiu obuolėlių raudonų, ir nunešiu mergužėlei dovanų, ir nunešiu mergužėlei dovanų. Pernaktali, nemigo, subralaliu obelėlę sodinau, subralaliu obelėlę sodinau. obuolėlius raudonai, raudonai. Mokink savo obuolėlius raudonai, raudonai. Aš priskinsiu obuolėlių raudonų, raudonų.
Tai tada čia ir pabaigsim, gal nežinau, ar baigiamojo
Tai štai
toks buvo mūsų.
That's the end. That's our carpet and our rise. Thanks, dear girls. It was so interesting. And it's even sorry to see you leave the School of Ethnic Minorities. I've worked there for 20 years. But regardless of it, all children are our children. So wherever we are and whatever we do it for the sake of our children. And just as said by Angelica and Lina, they are truly sharing and willing to share their experience. So all teachers are invited to find Lina and Angelica and to share experiences. And it's a nice example of the story by Unia, what takes place in our city. At times, we need just to go out to leave our schools, and even the lessons of literature and Lithuanian language can be different. I believe your example will inspire. Well, we had a nice musical intervention. I believe the interpreters could get some rest. I suggest skipping the coffee break. If anybody wants a coffee or to exercise, remote meeting allows it. Now I'd like to give the floor to our colleague, Professor Wolfram Scholz. Thank you, Vaiva. Many words can be said about Professor Scholz. He's well known in Lithuania for scholars and politicians, but to be brief, I'll say as follows. He is the senior research professional of Australia. He's also a member of the international research ICCS, namely its head. He's also a researcher in many other research, a consultant, a participant, and a very important actor. The floor is yours, Professor.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to start my presentation now. Can people see that?
Yes, we see. Thank you.
Okay. So, yes. So, a short introduction. I'm Wolfram Scholz. I'm working at the Australian Council for Educational Research, but I'm based in Hamburg. And so, timeline zone-wise, I'm in a good spot to do this presentation. So, I'll talk about the study I'm directing, which is the IEA International Civic and Citizenship Education Study, ICCS, in which Lithuania is also participating. So I'll talk a little bit about the study in general. It is investigating how young people are prepared for later life as citizens, or they're already citizens, so how they are prepared for citizenship. And of course, there are influences both from schools but also from other contexts, so in particular the home context, that we have to take into account and consider. It is the only international study that really is dedicated to this field of learning. It had its first cycle in 2009, then the second cycle, which is the most recent one that has been released and published, in 2016. The third cycle has been implemented this year, and so we're still working on the data, and the results will be released within a year. At least that's our plan. And the next cycle would then happen if everything goes as planned in 2027. We have two broad assessment domains. We have student civic knowledge and understanding of things that are related to this area. We have also broadened that quite a bit. I'll talk about that a little bit later, so that it also includes things, knowledge about sustainability and about civic things that are related to global citizenship. And then the second one, which is quite important in our study, is our students' attitudes and anything that is related to their engagement. And then we have also contextual data collection. We have things that we collect where we ask students about their home background, about the school and classroom environment and the wider community context. And this information is also coming from teachers and schools and also from national centers. An important reference point for developing our instruments is the assessment framework. And for each cycle, we actually go and update it to include both things that are still relevant or things we want to monitor over time, but also to address new challenges that have relevance for civic and citizenship issues. The framework defines what is actually measured in each cycle in terms of knowledge, attitudes, and engagement. And we have defined for that to basically frame what we want to measure: content domains, so cognitive, which affect in 2016 cognitive and affective behavioral measures, but also cognitive domains and affective behavioral domains. And so this describes basically what we think is, in general, a learning outcome, not in the strict sense of being something that comes out of schools necessarily only, but of course it's also influenced, as also other learning areas, by things that happen outside of the school context. And then we have the contextual framework, which describes which variables are relevant to explain why in certain countries, certain schools, certain students have higher or lower levels of knowledge, or higher or lower levels of any of the effective behavioral measures. The data collection in here, this is then the example of ICCS 2016. We had 24 countries that participated, so we had almost 4,000 schools, about 37,000 teachers, and 94,000 students, and it will be in a similar range for the current cycle. We have usually different instruments. So we have a student test of civic knowledge, which goes for about 45 minutes, and then followed by a student questionnaire of 40 minutes, which collects background data, so home and school background, but also things related to their attitudes and their engagement. We also have regional questionnaires. So we had that in 2016 for Europe and Latin America, which developed to gather data about things that are specifically relevant for a region. And of course, in Europe, a lot of that has to do with the process of European cooperation and EU and things that happen and are particularly relevant in our region over here. And similarly, Latin American context questionnaire was developed along those lines to focus on things that were not covered in the international student questionnaire, but where it was thought that one wanted additional information. And then we have a teacher and a school questionnaire that gathered data about the learning context. And given that there is quite a diversity in terms of how civic and citizenship education is delivered across national national education systems, we also ask national centers to provide us with contextual information. And then the data collection happened in 2016, first in the Southern Hemisphere in 2015, and then in the Northern Hemisphere. So I talked a little bit about the results from ICCS 2016. Of course, that's already quite a few years ago. But as I said before, we are now, and this year we have collected data, but they are not yet ready to be released, and I can't talk about newer results. But we would expect that quite a lot also stays in similar, or that we would find similar things. First of all, I already mentioned that context for civic and citizenship education vary quite a bit. And we found, first of all, that of course our socioeconomic and political context vary quite dramatically across countries. Keep in mind that we have had Latin American countries, Asian countries participating, and also within Europe there are quite marked differences between the countries. When it comes to civic and citizenship education, there are also notable differences with regard to the autonomy that schools actually have in terms of decision-making about this learning area. And countries also apply quite different approaches to civic and citizenship education, which also often exist together at the same time, you know. So there's one thing, you can integrate this learning area into human social science subjects like history or social science classes, but also you can have specific subjects. And then also you can furthermore have different approaches, more of a cross-curricular approach. Some countries even have a project-related approach where schools undertake civic and citizenship-related projects. And so there are kind of different approaches to this. And the interesting thing is, it's not that you do one or the other. Some countries actually chose to do things in coexistence. What we also found is that countries usually provide some form of pre or in-service training related to this learning area. So there are things that happen, but we, as I said before, there's quite a variation about how that is, and also, of course, in terms of when does it actually start. So some civic and citizenship national frameworks already include primary level, some start only at the secondary level, and whether there are specific subjects also may vary quite a bit across countries. We have developed a described scale of student civic knowledge where we have 4 levels. So basically they are hierarchical. And so if you are in the highest level A, we can then assume that you can do all the things that I mentioned above. So the highest is having a really more holistic knowledge and understanding of concepts and also some critical perspective. And then the most basic level is actually D, which is a familiarity only with concrete, explicit content and examples related to basic feature of democracy. And then we also had a range of few students on average across countries. In some countries, this was a higher proportion, where students actually did not even have a knowledge that was described in this basic level. When we look at the outcomes, and here you see all the countries are ranked basically by the amount of knowledge. So we had quite a difference in terms of country averages. We had, in particular, the Nordic countries here, that had relatively high levels on average of civic knowledge, of 15 points and above the 2016 average. But we also had some countries that had the same distance below, so Mexico, Peru, and Dominican Republic in this case, where there were relatively low averages of civic knowledge. We can also see here that Lithuania basically was more in the mid-range of this. And so we had quite a variation in that. But what we also can see, if we look at these bars that basically kind of give us an idea of how much variation was actually within countries, we can also conclude that there is actually more variation within countries than across countries. And that in some countries, this variation is larger, and in others, it's not quite as large. So when we looked across all countries, and we could see that they varied both within, but also across countries. And we had, for the first time, we had the opportunity to compare civic knowledge since 2009, the first cycle. And what we could find was actually that if we look at the percentages of the highest level, that increased from 61 to 67%. Of course, this increase was not linear across all countries. In some countries, but quite a number of countries, there were actually increases. When we looked at what predicts student civic knowledge in terms of what in terms of the background factors, what we found was that in most countries, socioeconomic home background was a significant predictor, which is not surprising. We find that also with other learning achievement scales and other learning areas. Open classroom climate has been highlighted, and also in previous studies, even those before ICCS, that the IEA has undertaken in 1999 and in 1971. There we can say that, so if students are in classrooms where there's more room for an open discussions about issues, that there is also more likely higher civic knowledge amongst the students. And we found also, of course, gender differences. So female students, interestingly, tend to have higher levels of civic knowledge, but as well also of civic engagement, actually. When we looked at civic engagement more closely, we could find that TV news and discussions with parents remained important sources of information for students that are engaged with civic issues. We found, not unexpectedly, a decline in the use of newspapers since 2009. And we also that more discussions were held with parents about what's happening in other countries. When we also had a particular focus on social media for civic engagement, and so far only few students actually reported a more frequent use of social media for doing something that is civic related. However, there was quite a bit of variation across countries. So in some countries, these proportions were much higher. And we also found increases in students' engagement discussions and their confidence to participate in civic activities since 2009. And again, this is also not in all countries, since it's more of an overall trend. When we look at other aspects of civic students' engagement, in particular, what they are planning or what they expect to do in the future, as in previous cycles, only few students actually consider to become involved in illegal protest activities. So, for example, 19% would consider blocking traffic as a form of protest. Relatively few students would actually think that they would like to become more active in conventional political participation. For example, joining a political party was chosen only by 26%. What actually majority of students continue to expect is actually to participate in elections. So 86% expect to vote in local elections and in national elections, and over 80% to get information about candidates before voting in an election. Students' attitudes toward important issues in society was another particular focus of ICCS, as I mentioned before. And students differed when we tried to get a picture of what they think about democracy and what are actually good or bad things for democracy. And one of the things we found that actually in some countries, over a third of the students thought it was bad for democracy if citizens criticized the government. That's, of course, something which is quite concerning, because in a democracy, one should be free to criticize the government. And so there was quite a bit of variation in terms of perceptions. Of course, in the majority of countries, this was generally thought of as rather bad for democracy, as we would have expected. We found, good for democracy, as we would have expected. We found generally high levels of endorsement of gender equality. There were also some countries where we found an increase in that support for items that say things like that women should have equal opportunities in politics and so forth. And we also found persisting differences. So in some countries, there was still less support than in others. We had generally high levels of support for equal rights for all ethnic groups, and some increases across in almost all participating countries since 2009. When we looked at trust in institutions, or national institutions, we found also increases in quite a number of countries, and we also could confirm something that we had noticed before in the previous cycle or in previous studies, that in fact more knowledgeable students may tend to be more trusting, but only in some countries where we have more stable democracies, while in countries where higher proportions generally perceive government to be corrupt or inefficient, that is actually the opposite. So then there's less trust by those students who know more about civic issues. That persist across countries. We also found that civic knowledge was positively associated with attitudes toward endorsement of equal opportunities and some engagement factors. We had high levels of civic knowledge that results that lead us to believe that this may actually increase resilience to populism. Higher levels of civic knowledge was also positively related to expected electoral participation. However, and this was one of the maybe more concerning findings, that were actually a negative correlation between civic knowledge, the level of civic knowledge, and expecting more active political participation. And this, of course, may be a reflection on the shortcomings of traditional channels of influencing politics, or a kind of a reflection on a general malaise and this current of distrust that you generally find also among young people when it comes to judging political parties and politicians in general. We also found further evidence about the link between civic learning at school, so things like open classrooms climate, I talked about that already, and civic engagement of students at school, and outcome variables. And one could say that this supports a long-standing argument that if you create a more democratic, open school environment, that this also promotes citizenship disposition in terms of knowledge, attitudes, and higher levels of engagement. Now, looking ahead, so I already mentioned we are this year we have actually completed the data collection for the third cycle in all participating countries, and what we will actually address are, apart from things that where we look at how that developed over time, so we always keep some content to see how it develops across cycles, but we particularly also focus on newer content or updated content for a number of focused areas, and these are sustainability, engagement through digital technologies. I mentioned we had before social media, so this is kind of a broadening of that area, diversity and in general, views of the political system, and view of the fact that we find that there are destabilizing factors in many countries, even very long-standing democracies in terms of party systems, and to see how actually young people view things like that, and related also issues related to global citizenship education, which is kind of more of an overarching area in this context. For the first time, the study included an optional computer-based data collection, and it was chosen by about 2/3 of the countries. We expect the results to be published by the end of 2023, so early December next year. Hopefully all will go according to this expected schedule. And the data will be available for secondary research and starting in early 2024. And this is actually a very important outcome of our studies. As we have seen before with earlier studies and the first 2 ICCS cycles, there's a lot of interest in actually to using our data for further research activities, and there's quite a tremendous output in terms of what people do with our data. And with this, I would like to thank you, Achu, not sure I'm pronouncing that right, and thank you.
So, dear Professor, thank you very much for really very actual hour-based research study. And I see we have one question. It's really very interesting question. Maybe you have some data. Can you please comment data on Russian Federation?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what I should comment here. Russian Federation was a participant in 2016. It is not in 2022. And yes, I'm not sure. I wouldn't have right now any more specifics about the Russian results. If this goes into the direction that, of course, there were some doubts about. Maybe I should say, usually our participating countries are democracies.
Yes.
At least in my mind, I've always thought at least you need to have a formal democracy to participate. And I guess in some cases that has been maybe the case, that it has been only a formal democracy. But there were, in terms of quality, that we did very thorough checks of all data, so we can be quite. We are confident that there was nothing untoward with any of the data that we received. The question is interesting also because it has come up quite a lot. Why not allow countries like China or Cuba or so countries that are definitely not democracies or some political systems to whether they could participate? But I believe that this is very, very difficult to achieve because, of course, they would not. Some of our questions would not be well received. Anything that's related to just freedom of speech and things like that, and you would probably have to change the study in a way that makes it then not any longer interesting for democratic countries.
Yes,
I think we will continue on the path we have chosen for the future.
Thank you very much. And so I think that you answered some questions, some more questions, which our lecturer Vitalia gave you. Is it so good, or is democracy high in Russian comparing with Lithuanian? Yeah, so I think we all have the answer to these questions.
Yeah, for any detailed results, our report from ICCS 2016 is actually can be downloaded for free, so you don't have to buy it in a bookstore or to pay anything for it. You can actually freely access it and have a look at the more detailed results. And if there are any questions, please just
Thank you very much. I think that we will have more questions. And when we will read this report, it will be really very interesting, because it's I think it's a big problem. Maybe not problem, but we have some problem in Lithuania with our civic and with our democracy, because it looks that it's 30 years of independence, but we still are doing a big steps to the future, and it's not the very strong side in our education system. So thank you very much. And I hope that when we will read this report, we will have more questions, and maybe we will have another discussion. Thank you very much, Professor.
And hopefully there will be then the next report in about a year's time, where
it will be very interesting.
Continuation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Gal dar kas nors norėtumėt ko nors paklausti? Nematau daugiau klausimų.
I'm not asking, I'm just sending greetings from our former professor Irena Zaleskienė to Wolfram.
Okay. Taip, tai dėkojam profesoriui dar kartelį. Ir dabar jau
we're now rearranging our work. We will be splitting in groups. It's not a traditional conference. It's a scientific conference. So those of you who would like to join Edita Budrytė, she will talk about mindfulness. So please join a link on Teams. It's in our Zoom chat box, or those of you who want to continue with us right here, continue listening to our foreign experts, please stay with us here on Zoom. So now we give 5 minutes for everyone just to find their channel, find their preferred mode of work. And as far as I know, Renata Kondratavichne also wants some time to be allocated for her to check her slides. So let's now do some tests and continue after that. So we will be, well,
Can we start, Lina? Yes, we are supposed to finish the conference in time. So now you'll hear the presentation by Lina Pečiulienė and Gerda Šimienė. They'll speak about opportunities for teaching the first foreign language in primary schools, opportunities and challenges. Thank you. Thanks for introducing us. We've been waiting for revised general programs And we'd like to share our reactions and insights. What have we noticed from the review of the program? What are its strengths and items to be developed and improved? Our presentation will overview the expectations set in the program for foreign language skills for primary grades, whether the program is in line with the paradigm of modern education. And we'll invite you to discuss the challenges in the implementation of the program. The purpose of our research is to analyze the content of the program for the teaching of the first language for primary grade and its compliance with the European instruments as well as its consistency with the skills and capacities of primary grade pupils. So let me repeat. The purpose is to assess the compliance of the content of the program comparing to the recommendations of the first language instruction for preschool, for first primary grade students. We've carried out a quantitative analysis of the content of the program. We studied two texts in the program. We also reviewed the common European framework for languages in the Lithuanian language. We also reviewed the description of foreign language competencies for young learners. So we carried out a systematic analysis of the content of the documents mentioned. We tried to identify subject links and classify them. We distinguished categories and subcategories. And eventually, we tried to offer our interpretation and assessment. The research consists of two cross-sections, as you'll see, of the content of education and capacity areas. The pressure, because of the time shortage, we are going to speak only about insights on linguistic capacities and competencies. Both programs distinguish four areas of communication skills: linguistic, socio-linguistic, pragmatic, and intercultural. And the European framework refers to such skills not as skills but as competencies. Yet the core and description of those skills and competencies is the same. In terms of linguistic communication competencies, both programs singled out lexical, grammatical, phonological, and semantic skills. And we'll overview such skills. Now, in terms of pragmatic skills, they've been presented in two groups. The first, discourse or text type, and functional skills. The latter are at times used as communication intentions. Socio-linguistic skills come next. This area consists of two categories, courtesy norms and formalities as a
Trys
register.
prioritetai. Švietimas,
Now let's
švietimas,
move
švietimas.
to discuss
Ką galima
each
nuveikti
of
per
the
4 metus?
areas. Now in terms
21
of
amžiaus beraščiai bus
linguistics,
tie, kas nemokės
communication
skaityti,
skills,
ne tik skaityti, bet ir programuoti.
we had 5 subcategories distinguished: vocabulary and its scope, pronunciation, intonation, grammar, punctuation, and cognitive concepts. When it comes to the scope and extent of vocabulary, no major distinctions have been identified. But we saw some differences in terms of the content of the vocabulary. Both programs expect children to be able to use daily and commonly used words, the words which are necessary for basic communication and in simple daily situations. And let me note the active vocabulary, which includes a personal life area. It seems the level of skill matches the European standard. Yet, if you go deeper into the subject that is personal life, it includes intercultural life and a large number of abstract notions. It's not so easy for young learners. The second subcategory includes the scope of grammar material. Quite a lot of findings match. The main language principles, simple structures as necessary for communication intentions in simple situations. The main parts of the speech, individual categories. The European framework does not emphasize grammar categories, and it can be understood why. Yet the question is, children in the second grade should start learning question formation. In English, it's quite complicated, and for tenses to present and to future are introduced into the delivery. Is it really, does it make sense to introduce teaching on the future tense at such a young grade? Present tenses are beyond questions, but as far as future tenses are concerned, we have some thoughts. And again, the European framework does not recommend teaching future tenses in grade 2, for example. Pronunciation and intonation. We had a large number of thoughts and ideas. Now, if we take the European framework, we see the children are expected simply to reproduce or reiterate certain sounds, including certain specific words and phrases familiar for the children. Yet the Lithuanian program sets higher expectations, not only the pronunciation of certain sounds, but also to write down graphically. It means our children will be supposed to learn not only the alphabet, but all symbols of phonetic transcription. Well, is it expedient and feasible at such an age? Is the question we raise for consideration. Now the field of spelling and we identified some discrepancies. The European standard recommends teaching children to copy, rewrite, as well as write down and spell their name, address, nationality, or some other key identifying particulars. Our expectations for children are not only about copying, but also about spelling the words correctly. They should know how to deliver it in a simple script, but also in printed or capital letters. And the last indicator was language cognition concepts and terms. The European standard does not make a distinction of this element yet. The Lithuanian program foresees children should learn to use the terms their teachers are going to use, or just names of the letters naturally, just probably it is feasible, yet there are still some doubts if it's necessary. Now let's move to pragmatic skills. As mentioned, two subcategories, discourse and communication intentions are singled out. We've discovered some major differences. If compared to the European standard, it's necessary to be able to combine words into groups. It's necessary to combine words into phrases by using but and. Lithuanian children, however, will be required to perceive how such words and sentences are used in larger texts. Namely, they'll have to make presentations, write invitation messages, and produce larger creative texts. Communication intentions also differ if compared. No doubt, introducing yourself and getting to know each other, a willingness, unwillingness, ability, inability, raise no doubts. But will it be possible for a second or third grade school child to express his wish, emotions, make offers, accept such offers, and propose help? Hopefully, it will be possible to teach it, yet most likely such expectations are too high. No major difference is made between second or fourth grade school children. Even in grade 2,
švietimas ir švietimas. 21 amžiaus beraščiai bus tie, kas nemokės programuoti. Dėl to nuo kito rudens ankstyvo programavimo pamokos turėtų tapti kiekvieno daržinoko realybė. Kalbėti Java, JavaScript, Pythonu ir Reactu taip pat svarbu, kaip prasklandžiai reikšti mintis užsienio kalba. Kad daugiau niekam netektų patirti gėdos dėl šaulė, if you know what I mean.
From the review of the content of both documents. And now I'm moving to the last area of skills, namely to intercultural skills. I'd like to note two distinct categories: identification of cultural differences and linguistic differences. Based on the European outline of framework, it's necessary for children to recognize differences in concepts used for measuring or some other, yet no comparison skills are required in terms of their own culture or language. According to our program, however, not only recognition, but also comparisons of certain elements of cultural life are required. Now, in terms of cultural difference, here again, similar root words is an emphasis in both documents. No other differences have been identified. So there are problematic issues in our view. Maybe some other teachers do not view such discrepancies as problematic, and a mini discussion would be welcome. Now I'm giving the floor to my colleague Lina. She's going to speak about the traditional modern paradigms in education. Thanks, Gerda. I see we are coming short of time, no room for broad discussions. Yet I'd like to comment on differences between traditional and modern teaching of languages, vocabulary, translation, grammar. Is traditional teaching effective? We know ourselves, you know how much you can use the language. Or can you watch movies in the foreign language if you've never studied language after graduating school and no contacts in the foreign language? So let me simply show some major items to bear in mind. Why traditional teaching or language delivery is not so suitable for language education. Some lack skills in communicating in their own language. No rules, abstract rules of the language are accessible. Abstract rules are still too complicated for children of such age. They can perceive abstract notions only through specific examples. Communication material in textbooks normally is not relevant for kids. And what's important in terms of successful language teaching is the focus on the child in the content, and it should not be arranged in the linear principle. The language should be delivered and presented as the whole. You can see a correct and incorrect spellings or expressions. Traditional didactics overemphasize the correctness in language learning. Modern didactics, however, recognizes even some interim languages. It's prevalent in the studies of natural native language as well. Some mistakes in the use of gender sequence or declension are still acceptable. At times, we notice even incorrect but common incorrect usages. So the traditional approach increases psychological pressure. Now I'd like to note 5 Prussians hypotheses. They are influential in modern didactics. And the main message is the language can be taught. However, it should be mastered in order to become a part of ourselves. Emotions in such learning are highly important, and language learning should be natural. Once we master the language, we should use it. If a language is being learned consciously, not through natural acquisition, we focus too much on correctness and rules, and communication gets stuck. And now I'm moving to my conclusion, although mentioned by Gerda. So the point is language teaching is the right approach, but it should be mastered to be able to use it and acquired in order to use it creatively in our life. In addition, it's also important for the learner to understand the material. It should also be relevant in person. So let's be cautious and considerate in the choice of subjects. Correctness and appropriate use has been mentioned in the Lithuanian program. Exaggeration on the correctness of usage, especially at the very beginning, increases stress and reduces motivation. Acquisition of language reiterates a natural sequence of learning, but it doesn't mean we should teach sequences in usage. Overly controlled teaching 10 words and one rule is not acceptable. Modern approach allows presenting the language to the child by acceptable means and delivering the language and presenting it as the whole. And there are some indications of the acquisition of language as a process. So the new program leaves some open questions, and I'm finalizing my presentation to allow some room for other speakers as well. So thank you about the linguistic teaching. Maybe anybody is willing to answer. We still must allow questions. The time is pressing indeed. So any questions, any reactions from the audience? If not, let us listen to the next speaker, to Erika Poškevičienė. The lecturer is also the principal of the kindergarten in Utena, and she'll speak will give us an update on the implementation of the preschool education program. Erika, are you here?
Susidėlioti.
Gerai, mes jūsų skaidrės jau matome. Tik tai galbūt reikėtų jas...
We see the slides on the screen.
Jūsų vaizdo mes nematom teisingai, bet skaidrės kaip ir...
Gal nebūtinai.
Dabar jau matome ir jumis.
Aha, tai laba diena visiems. Iš tikrųjų pradėjom tada, kai...
Hello, everyone. It's getting dark already, but well, given the fact that we still have people with us, we just keep on with the conference. So as Dalia mentioned before, apart from being a lecturer at Vilnius University, I also am a principal of a kindergarten from Alytus. So together with you, I will share all sorts of experiences. Some of them will come from my work as the principal of a kindergarten. Some of them will come from elsewhere. And of course, I will share with you as to what we have gone through as lecturers, as teachers, because I also was a co-author of the new curriculum. So we had to listen a great deal to the teachers, just to confirm or reject our hypothesis.
Gal kažkaip mes su to susitaikysim.
Aš pabandysiu tada tiesiog, jeigu taip įvyks, tai kad tiesiog kūrybiškai tai pažiūrėti, kad jos svarbu, kad judėtų.
Taip, pabandom.
Iš tikrųjų, šiandien tiesiog kalbėdama apie tą patirtis, apie programos įgyvendinimo patirtis, tai turbūt tokius, aš neatlikau tokio tyrimo, kurį ką tik pristatė Gerda su Lina, tikrai.
So I'm not coming up with some particular research or study. I'll just more talk from my personal experience. I will cover some of the fundamentals, the so-called the theoretical framework, and I will highlight some of the aspects that might be useful and how that relates to planning activities, assessment, etc., etc. And of course, many people have a question like, where should we start? How do we implement that? And in the course of training, we often hear the need for recipes, like give us recipes, tell us how to do this, how to do that. So I will try to reconnect once again, put some slides on the screen again. Are they moving? No, they aren't. Oh, no, it's okay. So the reason we change the curriculum is, of course, that the main idea is to increase quality. So the overall idea to have quality, innovation, etc., etc. So there are all sorts of different opinions, but overall underlying principle is quality. So we are using the OECD Compass 2030, and we thought we might rely on the experience and lessons of other countries. But first and foremost is that we should not depreciate the situation teachers are in. They are sometimes at a loss. They don't know what's going to happen. So we have to take into account all of these factors. So sometimes maybe we just should go back and analyze what we have done in the past, like in 2015. So I always say that we should find the starting point and talk about things that are known and clear to us, things that everyone agrees about. And the new curriculum talks about, is child-centric. It talks about an active child. So nothing of that is new. And if you were to look at this scheme that I'm showing to you right now, we see that back in 2014, we had a similar system. So what might be helpful is the analysis of these documents we had in the past. Quite often teachers ask how we should understand what is the competence, what are these domains of achievement. So the past documents are not exactly the same, but they help you to get an idea of what we're looking at. And this particular scheme, it shows how 18 different domains are incorporated in these key 6 competencies. So it makes sense to look at our past experiences. Another thing which I find quite useful and a lot of possibilities resulted from the project which is called Innovation in the Kindergarten. So they resulted in what I refer to as methodological collections and again publications, and again they provide us with some answers and some recommendations on how to improve our work as that of teachers who work in kindergartens with 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds. These are great publications. There were great events associated with these publications. We also have this question come up very often. Do we have to use these recommendations 100%? Well, so the answer is no, of course you don't have to use them, but well, that is what it says. It's recommendations. It's an aid that you can take advantage of. And these books that were produced in the course of the projects for teachers, they indeed are very useful and they cover a great deal of important topics. And they are high quality books. There's another question about the change of competencies. Asta repeated before that our digital competency should increase. And of course, we need to increase the digital competency of adults and also of children. So there are some of these new competencies which we refer to as creativity, digital competencies. And if you want to find some useful information, you can just look back at the old documents, and quite a lot of things have relation. The old programs have relation to the new programs, and that is what the previous slide has just shown. And of course, this grand scheme vortex. So every domain has links with every competency, and we can build competencies based on that. Of course, 15 minutes are not enough for that. But when we talk about quality, when we talk about our renewed curriculum, I think we also need to renew or update some knowledge that we have. For example, what is phenomenon-based learning or experience-based learning? Quite often people say that we apply this experiential type of learning. It's nothing new. However, I think we have to understand that experiential learning is one of the possibilities. But we have to come back to one of the researchers, David Kolb, who talked about the cycle of experiential learning, and we should stress several important points here. So quite often people understand that equate experiential learning to like testing or experiment. But I'm quite certain that quite a few of us have failed in our experiments. So most people say, yes, we sometimes fail, but then that is a guide as to what we should do next. So testing or experimenting alone is not enough. So one teacher gave us a particular example which involved a ballet dancer. And then she talked about things going wrong with a ballet dancer. But that is not the end point. That is not the dead end. What's important is how we reflect on what we have just done. It's important on how we felt, of how we failed, and what we should do next time. So, for example, in this particular example, ballet dancer, a doll caught fire. So maybe the emotions children had were fun. But then the question is like, what you have really learned, what's next, what were my objectives? Was my point only to show them a ballet dancer engulfed in flames, or was there something else? What were the objectives of that particular exercise? So it's important to ask questions. And after that, we move on to the next stage, and that focuses on future as to what am I going to do in order to make sure that next time when I have this ballerina exercise, it doesn't catch fire. So that is quite important to understand that all this forms a cycle rather than results only in one isolated experiment or experience.
Dviem kampais, kas keičiasi įstaigoje, kas keičiasi mokytojo darbe. Tai tikėtina, kad keisis susitarimai dėl planavimo. Ir tai yra normalu.
It is quite likely that our agreements on planning will change. However, what is important is that we don't rush here. So planning should have to be purposeful. It has to lead to quality. Also, observation plans will change, assessment will change, and everything else will change. Including portfolios, etc., etc. Now I move to the last bit. What are the experiences when implementing this new curriculum? So one of the key words in this conference is sustainability. So therefore, I'd like to highlight several examples, to share with you several examples. So we see that in order to implement this new program, we need a lot of money. And my reaction now comes as a question: do we really need that much money? Une, who has talked before lunch, talked about going out to the city, seeing the environment around us, And sometimes we do not require or need a lot of money to move forward. So here's one example as to what footprints do we leave. Again, you can see different footprints on sand, on water, and again, you can even include some maths here, going back, moving to the left, moving to the right. So the key question is what I'm trying to achieve, and of course, what's important as to what children are learning. And examples like the shadow theater are also very good and very easily applicable. So everything depends on the creativity of the children, of the teacher, and Lina has talked about that perfectly well when she talked about changes and the need to have changes. So those children who are very creative, very resourceful, they have a meaningful learning experience even with these simple exercises. I think children can learn a lot while playing. They can get ready for reading and even writing while playing. Environment provides us with ample opportunity for comparing things, like shadows being longer or shorter. There are opportunities to ask for help and give help. There are other examples we see, like here's autumn, there are lots of leaves, and again, what opportunities we have with these leaves, for example, how to live in a sustainable manner, and what should we be doing with these leaves, etc., etc. So there are lots of opportunities, even including building things from leaves, talking about construction materials. You can even use dry leaves in the course of art classes. If you haven't tried, leaf flour, you can try that. Some people even use coffee grinders to grind coffee leaves, and then they use leaf flour or leaf powder, I would say, leaf powder as a material to decorate the toys that they also create. So they are very resourceful and very creative. Indeed, the time is running out. It is my last slide. So the main question is how to make sure that in the kindergarten we teach learning, reading and reading. But I think that it's not only about reading and writing. I think the real answer is about building real knowledge, not only reading and not only writing. Thank you, Erika.
Gal kas nors mato YouTube kanale, ar yra dabar klausimų, ar nėra?
Do we have any questions on YouTube? So without further ado, let's move on. It will be a presentation by Danutė Trukšinienė and Dalia Kačinaitė-Vrubliauskienė.
Hello to everybody. I'll try to be brief. My presentation is factors to ensure inclusive education, good experiences. Can you hear and see me? Yes, indeed, Danutė, you are. Well, I'm having difficulties in changing my slides. Now they are changing. As everybody knows, since the 1st of September 2024, general education schools will have to ensure quality education and necessary assistance and help to children of all needs. And the school community must create conditions for each child to be engaged in daily school learning and social activities. So the educational situation is different in schools, and it necessitates a different approach and more effective ways how to engage these people with disabilities. So what factors can facilitate inclusive education of disabled children? And do we have any good practices of inclusive education? The purpose of research focuses on two aspects: to identify factors which enable school community to ensure inclusive education to disabled children, as well as identify best practices in such education. The research has been carried out in 4 different schools of Prienai district. 6 principals or deputy principals, as well as 8 subject teachers teaching school children of years 5 to 10. So the results show the following factors which facilitate inclusive education. Cooperation with all specialists at school in order to facilitate engagement and inclusion and change the approach at school. Secondly, close cooperation of the school with parents and guardians. Mutual assistance of parents and teachers in the educational process. Also professional development, not only for teachers, but for all specialists of education. Application of digital content bearing in mind different disabilities. Such kids have different skills, therefore education process should use tailor-made educational instruments, digital items, books, literature, and they also use different exercise notes specifically designed for such children. Schools need a sufficient number of teacher assistants. Assistance is necessary from education professionals. It would facilitate inclusion, the use of sign language professionals, as well as other specialists. In sometimes the competence of subject matter teachers is not enough, and of course the adaptation of a physical environment to ensure accessibility to education. Provisions for teachers necessary in terms of special instruments in order to facilitate the preparation process. The competencies of assistant teachers to ensure more quality assistance and help for disabled persons. Assistant teachers should be persons who have sufficient theoretical and practical knowledge in relation to their students. It is also highly important to ensure a mutual relationship of the pupil and the teacher based on trust and understanding. The research, the respondents also identified one more important factor, namely the right choice of educational methods tailor-made to needs. Some positive contributing factors have been identified. First of all, a positive approach by the teacher. Teacher's ability and capacity to apply theoretical knowledge to practice. The reduction in the number of students per class, engagement and activities for disabled persons during classwork, increased financing, experience sharing, top-ups on teacher salaries for each disabled person. Also, positive approach by the whole school community and the child welfare committee meetings. So to sum up, I can say it's not each and every of the factors, but the entirety of the factors will help schools ensure successful engagement and inclusion of disabled persons in education. The respondents have shared some good practices, so let me introduce. First of all, 3 children who had behavior and emotional disorders studied according to the adapted program, and they've successfully passed the exams. One of the child started developing very good relations with the classmates and teachers, even representing the schools in different competitions. Disabled persons are engaged in after-class activities. One child who had a moderate linguistic and communication disorder studied according to the special program and took part in the competitions of mathematics. One school child has become more motivated. Special needs children are accepted by their classmates. One autistic child was taught at home, but he received support from a teacher and started attending schools at school. One girl with the eyesight disability passed exams and now studying as a future teacher of history and geography. One more child studied for several years in the same class, and now his achievements are better. And the last example, one person who had behavior and emotional disorders studied on the basis of a tailor-made program until year 8. And later, he was able to adapt to the general curriculum. Let me note, the teacher's motivation, belief in himself or herself and in the child by slowly adapting to the general rules, the right space and conditions for learning is the main driving fuel for inclusion. Thank you. Thank you.
Už tikrai prasmingą pranešimą.
Thanks for such a meaningful presentation. Any questions? So let us agree. If it allows us to save time because interpretation services are available until 5 p.m. only. So if we can save time, later we'll hold any internal discussion. And now our foreign guests will be able to listen to the interpretation until 5 p.m. Okay, so discussions for later. Elida, the floor is yours. Elida, by the way, is also the lecturer or a lecturer of our faculty. She also works at school, a practicing teacher. Now she'll speak about helping children who have writing difficulties.
Since I am sharing my presentation already, I believe it is well visible on the screen? Yes, it is, but it's not in the full screen mode. Okay, I'll try to enlarge it. Okay, so I'll just not try to go overboard with that. So I'd like to continue on the topic and share with you some practical insights of how to help deal with problems of writing when people have hearing problems. My slides contain a lot of information, theory, and methodology. I'll just move to a very particular case. I will want to comment that writing disabilities or problems, they stem from 5 key deficiencies, so to say. And I'm talking only about one type of deficiency, or where the problem is with hearing or with audio reception, and it is one of the reasons of why children fail to write. So hearing problems lead to mixing up letters, and they do not differentiate between words which are similar, and they sometimes don't hear properly and cannot differentiate between sounds and words. Their audio analysis skills are very weak. They cannot properly connect letters to syllables. When writing, they miss some letters or replace some letters with similar letters. They cannot differentiate between consonants or vowels, short and long. They may add letters, merge words, because they have this problem of carrying out audio analysis. However, when copying the text, they do not make mistakes. I'm now moving to a very particular case, which is the focus of my presentation. So there's a boy who is in grade 2, and in all grades, with the exception of the Lithuanian language, his achievements are high. So that is, children who have this disability, they do not have problems with other subjects. And it doesn't mean that this is some sort of an intellect deficiency or a sign of lower cognitive ability. So this this problem with reading and writing is only a partial problem. This boy has a very rich vocabulary. He can tell and narrate stories efficiently. He reads well, but he's quite slow, and he has problems only when writing. So when he's writing some things of his own, he's not making a lot of mistakes. However, when text is being dictated to him, he's making a lot of mistakes. It's because of this rapid pace, and we can observe of how he's breaking down words and syllables. He's lagging behind. It is also important to note that he comes from a bilingual environment, the family speaks Lithuanian, but in his environment, a lot of children speak Russian. He speaks both languages very well, Lithuanian and Russian, and because of that, we can just talk about the interference of these two different languages. If I take a look at his tests, which are shown here on the slide, we see that he is replacing some letters. He cannot distinguish between letters of A and E. He is mixing up long and short vowels, mixing up consonants, and these are very characteristic mistakes. And in this particular case, as a result of linguistic interference, he would not be diagnosed with a problem of or disability. So usually it's referred to as a problematic area, but not some sign of disability. So as I said, the key problem is this bilingual environment. So what should be done in this particular case? How can we help children like these? So it's all about learning motivation, and I think we should feel for that boy who is really bright, academically he's really advanced, but he comes up with something like 40 mistakes when dictated. So he's afraid of getting his graded paper from the teacher. So when he's doing great in other areas, he feels really bad. He feels a real loser in this one particular area. So what's important is to keep this spirit of learning burning, and for him and for parents to understand that he needs to learn how to cope with this problem. So his motivation should be increased. He should receive praise, and we should restrain from criticism. And there's no point in underlining this big number of errors. So what's important for him is to keep optimism, and that particular child has to understand that he has to make a lot of effort to reduce the number of mistakes. As for particular strategies of how to work with this boy, I think we should start with audio recognition. So we should teach him to differentiate him between sounds. And it seems that he has a problem in differentiating sounds. So we might even start with differentiating non-human-made sounds, like being able to differentiate between low frequency and high frequency sounds, recognize emotional, stylistic undertones. he should be able to differentiate nature sounds. So he could listen to different sounds of water, try and recognize voices of his friends, try to recognize emotional undertone in a particular scenario. I already imagine teachers saying of how should we do that? There are so many pupils in the classroom. So I'd like to say that it's not only the teacher, primary grade teacher, who provides with support, but it's also a matter of assistance from parents and the specialists. So it's not only the task of primary grade teachers. So we should work with the differentiation of particular sounds or identification of particular sounds in a flow of spoken speech. For example, such as, please tell us if there's this sound in this particular poem or song.
Sugalvoti žodžių ir panašiai. Žodžiu, mes dirbam su srautu.
In other words, we work with the so-called flow. There's also the second ability to be able to differentiate between similar sounds, to be able to use pictures and sounds, find similarities and differences between sounds. The child has to understand consciously what these differences are. There's another area of work, which is the audio analysis and synthesis. So if a particular child has a problem, we should first start with helping him to distinguish between big and small structures, like tell what are the sentences in this particular piece of spoken language, then identify particular segments, or then identify particular words. And we then move to this smallest analytical bit, where a child is asked to differentiate between different sounds, not in sentence, not in a segment, but in a particular word. To build a new word, to subtract a sound, or to add a sound. My children really like when we have a tape we put a chestnut on that tape, and then we try to shift the position of the chestnut based on the position of a particular sound in the word, like in the beginning, in the middle, or in the end. Sometimes teachers ask if we can use a Polish or Russian language, and of course the answer is yes. The child should be able to understand how different languages work, and working with different languages here is acceptable. So for that purpose, we can use fairy tales, poems. We should copy text from the book, and a child has to understand the differences between different languages and their specificities, and to feel where is the impact of one language, or where knowledge of one language impacts the knowledge of pronunciation in another language. Sometimes this process is time-consuming, and we should use all sorts of compensatory mechanism or coping mechanisms. So we should help children to deal with those situations. So visualization might be helpful here, and different ways of absorption of knowledge could be used, not only writing. So he should be able to rely to all sorts of aids. What is also important is the analysis of mistakes, and in this particular case, an orthographic pronunciation worked well. So in terms of assessment, so this big number of mistakes cannot be treated as a discouragement. It should be used as a motivational aid. And we also have to understand it is not only the job of one teacher, it is the job of a team. And here's the list of literature, and here I end.
And our last speaker, Renata Kondratavičienė, she'll speak about digital technologies and creative competencies in learning mathematics in the virtual learning environment model. Okay, the floor is yours. Dear moderator, I'm afraid I've switched off the slide screen. So you can see my screen. Until I'm trying to regulate, I'm sending you greetings from Tallinn. I'm using my mobile phone. It's a challenge, and I hope I'll overcome it. The virtual environment model will help you. Just give me 1 minute. Great. We've been talking much about general competencies. Creativity is one of such competencies. How can it be developed in mathematics learning in Moodle? I have a limited time, so problematic issues are as follows. In order to reach achievement, we need to know what achievements can be expected, what pedagogical strategy can be applied, and as also virtual competencies are developed, how to assess the efficiency of the environment. My research involved 4-year students, school children, and we tried to assess also creative competencies. The objectives were as follows: to distinguish achievements, select the strategy to create the right instrument for measurement, to prepare the educational program, as well as assess the efficiency and effectiveness of the virtual learning environment. We applied the different methods, starting from the analysis of scientific literature, expert assessment, testing, descriptive methods. And the whole research followed the principles of ethics. It was a qualitative research. 3 hypotheses have been raised, and different statistical methods used, for example, Kolmogorov's, Friedman's. Most interestingly, this table probably is the easiest to understand. exploring, generating, creating, and reflection. Mathematical achievements are defined whether the children can identify sequence, patterns, split tasks into portions, identify relationship, select the right information and category, and assess the results of mathematical task and interpret it. So such achievements were relevant and measured. We've designed an instrument. It was tested on a small group of 24 school children. The instrument was validated. Its reliability was ensured. The tasks were set up in order to be suitable for children of different capacities according to the Lithuanian matrix. Above 400 school children were involved. And the research instrument was in line with the reliability and validity requirements. So the virtual environment was Moodle. We explored the strategy and lesson planning. The planning was arranged in 5 stages, fueling the instrument, exploring, explanation, expansion, and assessment. And now the research results briefly. Let me say the students carried out a test, and the parameters of the test were in line with the characteristics of a normal distribution. It means that the test can be trialed out with different samples of students, and results were valid and reliable. The objectives correlated, and the result was reliable, as I said. Those 4 areas: exploring, generating, creating, and assessment. You can see from the slide, the median of creativity is the highest. Its statistical indicators proved that the achievements in creativity were higher compared to the 3 remaining competencies. Now have a look at the results of boys and girls in 2 fields. By the way, the creativity of girls in exploring and generation were statistically irrelevant and slightly higher compared to the achievements of boys. So what are the instruments of Moodle? The instruments were used both in the experiment and in the test. They had some added value, and how can it be used effectively to generate added value? We see a statistically significant difference between the environment and its arrangements. An important factor is the ability of children to adjust the profile, and it predetermines the willingness of children to connect to lessons without any encouragement. So the design, appealing design, is a big plus. Also, the students' ability to adjust it. All other results are also statistically significant. In order to save time, I'll move to my findings. The experiment has produced an experiment to measure creativity achievements in mathematics. The test is reliable and valid. It can be used, and it can be adapted for pupils of other grades. So thanks for your attention. Thank you, Renata, for such a constructive presentation. You were so fast, and you've allowed us to save 7 minutes. Maybe now we can address questions to the speakers. Are there any questions in the chat box? You can also ask in the chat box, as said. So is anybody willing to ask? I'd like to ask to say thanks, Renata, for joining us despite that she's on a business trip so far away. My question is to Lina about the case study. Lida, can you comment? What can be the causes of such disorders? If there is a disorder in writing and hearing, it's a brain dysfunction. It means changes in the operation of the brain. Changes are very difficult. However, such situation can be facilitated by developing phonemic hearing and voice synthesis. We can see some positive progress in such a case, and the number of mistakes such a child makes can be reduced. Yet we cannot claim no difficulties will be experienced in the future. It would be overly optimistic, yet education is important and changes can be tremendous. It depends on the input and teamwork. Thanks for your answer. Thank you, Elida. Is anybody else willing to address a question to any of the speakers? Until we are waiting for questions, so Dalia, what can you say about today's conference? I believe it's a meaningful conference because quite many topics have been covered. Information has been shared on different topics, starting from civic education, educational challenges. So how just some information was useful for the educators of sign language translators. In Finland, they have special schools for children with hearing disabilities. How such children can be integrated into mainstream schools? Such answers are lacking here in Lithuania as well. And it's not clear how Finland can integrate such children. And the report on citizenship was highly important. Language skills, how children can be developed in this area. The speakers and presenters from different countries of the world have shared much valuable experience. Now there's so much in my head and it's not so easy to mention what's most important. We'll start discussions at the faculty and I believe we'll share much to each other. We'll discuss during lectures with the students. So thank you, Lina, for organizing such a meaningful conference. Many thanks to our colleagues and my gratitude to everybody who's helped to organize. Thanks for the questions to the participants. You'll be able to view the video in Lithuanian and English. So keep sharing your presentations and insights. and join us in other events. Also, thanks to our interpreters for such a difficult task. The content wasn't so easy and the work was intensive. So my gratitude to everybody, and now you can reflect. And one more point to think about. Everybody can start from himself or herself. So just let's take the lessons and messages and continue working for the sake of education in Lithuania. Thanks again to the Lithuanian and foreign speakers. See you soon in the next meetings, and good luck.